Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning.
Council. Dr. Zarowski.
Good morning.
Morning. Dr. Zarowski testified previously at the end of April, and so we don't need to affirm his evidence again, but could the court reporter please remind him that he remains under affirmation?
Good morning, Dr. Zarowski. As you were affirmed previously, you still remain under oath.
Yes, I do. Thanks.
And there is a lot to cover with Dr. Zarowski, and so our plan, as discussed with council, is likely to finish each day at approximately 3:30, so as to not wear the witness out unless advised otherwise by counsel for Golder. That would be our plan, Commissioner.
Thank you.
And as well, I'm not going to go through Dr. Zarowski's background, as we did so when he testified in April, and when he was talking about pre-construction and construction issues. Now, Dr. Zarowski, last time we did discuss your note-taking practices. In particular, we did so in the context, though, of notes during the pre-construction and construction phase. Did your note-taking practices remain the same in later periods, say between 2012 and forward, as they did prior to that period?
Yes, it remained constant. Maybe not perfect, but that was my practice.
Right, and your typical practice then was on occasion to take notes both in preparation for meetings and calls, and as well during meetings and calls. Not perfectly, not always the same, but you did both of those activities.
Yes, for preparation, that I would go item by item what I would like to cover, and during the meeting, I would try to cover all items that were on the list, and I could sometimes make additional notes. Or if it was, a phone call at something unexpected, then I would simply grab a pen and write my notes, not in the same order or not as tidy as in the preparation notes.
And so mostly when I refer to your notes, I'll either be, if it's in the overview document, I'll refer to it there, or in the typewritten version where available that you prepared for the inquiry, rather than the original handwritten notes for the most part. So I'd just like to first talk about your experience working with Mr. Gary Moore in the period after completion of the Red Hill construction and Mr. Moore's retirement. And am I correct that Mr. Moore was your primary contact at the city regarding Red Hill and pavement related matters until his retirement in 2018?
Yes, Mr. Moore was my primary contact. Also, I contacted sometimes a large number of people because he got involved, large number of people. But then Mr. Mike Beck, he became the project manager on hot in place recycling investigation. So he became the main contact and more frequent contact for that time of. That period of time.
Right, and then we're getting into the much later period at that point. Okay, and we will get there. But up until that point, Mr. Moore was your primary contact?
Yes, the main contact was Mr. Moore. So I contacted other people, but the main was Mr. Moore.
Okay. And what was your impression of Mr. Moore in terms of his interest in innovative ideas and new technologies?
Well, he was very interested in innovations, and actually he introduced a large number of innovations. I can only talk about pavement and materials aspect. So he was always very keen and he was recognized for this. Yes, that's extremely keen on innovations, very devoted to improvement of asphalt technology and implementing innovations, and also what was used, maybe not on a regular basis, but wider use, like on mixed asphalt or other technologies.
And could you describe where your meetings with Mr. Moore, if they were in person, where and when did those typically take place?
If they were in person, like face to face, only with Mr. Moore, that they would typically be in his office, and typically I would come to his office at 8 o'clock. He started working early, so I would come at 8 o'clock. I would call him on my iPhone. He would come to the door, open the door, and the meeting would typically be 1 hour. And so from 1 hour. So the first half an hour was okay. He was delivered, but then after about 8:30, then the phone started ringing, and it was less available than during the first half an hour.
Okay, because he was pretty busy, and people would start to contact him as they arrived. Is that your impression?
Oh yes, he was very busy. This is why he used to come to the office early. So he told me that he could do more at early hours than later, because there were always phone calls. This is what I observed.
Okay, and how did that affect your preparation for meetings with him?
Like before that meeting, I prepared my notes. So I prepared a list of subjects that I wanted to discuss with him, and I anticipated that it will be a relatively short time. So I knew I had to go through item by item just to make sure that I covered the subject. So that was my routine that I developed working for John Emery. So I would just follow the list, make sure that I cover it.
Okay. And what was your perception of how well Mr. Moore understood the role of pavement and in roadway design and performance and friction issues specifically? Did you develop an impression of that?
Oh, Mr. Moore, he was a very good engineer and very intelligent person. Obviously, he was not a pavement and materials engineer, so his area was much wider than this. But he had a good understanding, and when it comes to friction, he wasn't a friction expert, but I think he had some understanding of the subject of friction. Not an expert, but some understanding.
Okay, and on that topic, so did he appear to understand, from your impression, what microtexture and macrotexture were, for example, with pavement?
I think this is very I think he did, very likely. I think I can say yes, he did, because it was such a common subject covered everywhere in every book and CTAA conference. Everybody was talking about this, so it was a very well-known subject.
Okay, and what about like the coefficient of friction? What that was, how it was arrived at? Is that something you felt that he understood?
I think he probably had some general understanding, but I don't think he understood details of this. Probably some general understanding what it should be.
Okay, what about the relationship of testing speed to test results, friction test results?
I think probably some very general understanding that friction is related to speed, and I know in the past he was a co-author of the paper on this, so some general understanding, but probably not too detailed. Some common sense understanding, I would say.
Okay, when you talk about being co-author of the paper, are you talking about the 2002 CTAA paper regarding the Burlington Street SMA
Yes,
project? Is that the one you're talking about?
yes, yes, I'm talking about it.
Okay. And did he appear to you to understand that there were different friction testing devices and what those devices were?
I think he must have had some understanding, because in that paper, I know that Jagel did use British pendulum tester, and also I think the locked wheel tester was used. So he must have had some understanding that there are different pieces of equipment, but I don't anticipate he would knew details.
Well, apart from that paper, what was your impression?
I don't think that he understood different pieces of equipment. Just, there were different methods, but that was my impression.
Okay, knew that there were different methods, but not necessarily the specifics of them?
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
And we'll get to some specifics later when we start looking at the various test results and reports. But did you have a sense of whether Mr. Moore understood if results from different testing devices could be compared to one another and correlated?
I think there are two different things: compare and correlate. Correlate is probably more precise. Compare, you can always compare, but I don't know to what level his knowledge was. I think you can compare. You can compare what is what's low in one method is also low in another method. What's good in another method is good in one method is good in other method, but probably not. Correlation is the next step. Correlation is more precise.
Right, so correlation meaning FN, I'm not saying this is what it is, but FN 30 equals GN 40 or something like that. That's when we speak of correlation specifically, that's the kind of thing you're talking about, when you can actually take one number from one type of testing and say it equals the number from another type of testing. That's correlation?
Yeah, that's what I mean by correlation.
Okay. And did you ever doubt that Mr. Moore understood what you told him or what you reported in your reports?
No, I think it was clear what was in what was in the report. It was the evaluation report that covered two aspects. I think it was clear.
No, I mean I just mean generally. Like your impression of Mr. Moore, did he ever give you any sense that when you were speaking to him of technical concepts or when you were delivering report results or delivered a report itself, did you ever get any sense from him that he didn't understand what you were telling him?
No, in my opinion, he had a good understanding what I was talking about, what the recommendations, what finding and recommendations were.
Okay, I'd like to go back to one matter from your testimony on April 28th, because the further document has been produced since then. So I'll just put this in context for you. I asked you about emails between two individuals at the Ministry of Transportation on November 15, 2010. It was between Becca Lane and Frank Marciello on that date. And Registrar, if we could go to overview document 4, image 90. And it's paragraphs 212 and 213. You call those out. And this is respecting the email communications between Mr. Marciello and Ms. Lane on November 15, 2010, respecting friction test results that the MTO had taken, and then Ms. Lane indicating, good stuff, Frank, thank you. Perhaps I will call Ludimir for a City of Hamilton contact. And then she asked Mr. Marciello for the most recent friction test results from the Red Hill in the spring of 2010. And then you testified in April that you did not recall Ms. Lane contacting you in and around that time, and that you didn't think that she did so, although you did refer to her doing so a number of years later on a different topic about the Red Hill in January 2016. And so now if we could go, Registrar, if you take that down and go to Golder 7502, which is Exhibit 44. And it's image 2. And this is a note of yours dated Monday, November 15, 2010, that Counsel for Golder sent to us after Ms. Lane's first day of testimony last month. Could you explain what caused you to look for this note and have it sent to us at that time?
Yeah, because, when I found out that Ms. Becca Lane wanted to contact me to get a contact for Hamilton, then initially I didn't remember, but then I checked my notes. As you know, I try to keep my notes of everything. And then I noticed that on that particular day, I had that note. That's I informed our counsel that I found that note.
Do you mean after hearing her testimony?
Yes.
And it does refer to both friction and it says Beck 5, Becca Lane, 2007 friction on the RHVP. Do you know how you missed that in your other reviews of your notes?
As you know, I have, probably, 1,000 or maybe a few thousands of pages of my notes. So in preparation for this inquiry, I went through my notes and I was basically looking Red Hill Valley, Parkway, Hamilton, and Gary Moore. So, under those names. So whatever I found, and I would scan and pass to the inquiry. But I didn't check under Becca Lane. But I look at then when I look at that particular date, I noticed the name Becca Lane and this. So I initially I missed it, but then when I was looking at the date, I found I had a note.
Now, Ms. Lane, as you know, testified that she didn't have a specific recollection, but she thought that she would have contacted you, and then her note confirmed her evidence on that point. With the benefit of this note now, is your memory refreshed as to Ms. Lane contacting you on November 15, 2010? Do you recall anything about it at this point?
I don't recall this thing exactly, but if it's in my note, then I'm positive she called me.
Okay, so you don't actually recall it, but you have no doubt that she did.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. And what it says Becca Lane 2007 friction on RHVP. Does that tell you anything about your conversation?
When I look at this now, I think, in 2010, there was still the moratorium or pause on this stone mastic asphalt because of the issues with early life friction of SMA. And as you know, the tests of SMA on the Red Hill Valley Parkway indicated that the values were significantly better what was, I understand, what was typically observed by MTO and was shown in the 2009 paper. I think it was 2009 CTA paper. So I thought when I look at this, that was the subject that she discussed with me.
The topic being that you mean about the early age friction issue, early age low friction issue? SMA?
Yes, when I look at my notes, 2007 friction on the Valley Parkway, that would be, when I wrote that note, that would be the justification of this. I thought that she talked about 2007 friction on the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Okay, so we know that what prompted Ms. Lane to contact you was her email exchange with Mr. Marciello about the discussion about 2010 results. You don't have any recollection of that being discussed?
No, I didn't know, and actually it would be very lack of interest to me, but I learned about this later in 2018 that MTO did further testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Okay. Not at that time.
Right. And is that something you would have noted if she had mentioned it to you, that the MTO had done further testing?
Oh, definitely. And I would write a note about this.
Okay. And the internal MTO email communications indicated that Ms. Lane was going to perhaps contact you for a City of Hamilton contact. Do you have any recollection of whether you did or did not give her that contact?
I don't no, I don't recall. If I gave her any contact, that would very likely be Mr. Gary Moore, but I don't recall what information I gave her.
Okay. If she asked you if she in fact did ask you for a contact, you would have given it to her, I take it?
Yeah, of course, I would give her the contact. Later on, in 2016, this is what I did. Yeah, definitely I would.
So you're actually, I think it was 2016, but you're referring to the later instance where she contacted you and you in fact contacted Mr. Moore yourself, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so is it possible that in this instance you also contacted Mr. Moore in addition to giving her his contact information?
No, I don't think so, because I have no notes about it. So I think I didn't.
You can take that down, Registrar. Thank you. Now, we know that you were involved in 3 phases of what were called the Pavement and Materials Technology Review project for the City of Hamilton, or sometimes called the PMTR for short, which I believe ran in a few phases from 2009 to 2013. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And we're not going to go to all of these references, but these are the phases are covered in overview document 5, paragraphs 51 to 69, overview document 6, 28 and 30, and or maybe others, but overview document 6, 80, paragraph 213. So before we get into specifics and the 3 phases, could you tell us how Golder came to be retained on these projects, and then what, generally speaking, they were?
Mr. Gary Moore talked to Golder, to me, and he was concerned that the pavements in the city of Hamilton were underperforming, and it probably, you will show later on, I believe, that they had extensive network of pavements of certain value, and that would require a certain budget. That budget was much smaller, so he wanted to improve the performance of the pavement to make sure that he would get what he anticipated. So it was a long-term objective to improve pavement performance.
Okay, and am I correct that these the project overall and each of the 3 phases, they weren't specifically related to the Red Hill Valley Parkway? Am I correct?
No, they were not related to Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Okay. And so if we could go to overview document 5, images 24 and 25, please, Registrar. And in paragraphs 51 to 53, describe Golder's report to Mr. Moore, phase 1 of the pavement and materials technology review. And in paragraph 52, it indicates that that Golder's tasks for phase 1 included inspection of visual pavement conditions, review of the city's pavement maintenance, rehabilitation and construction specifications from a QC/QA point of view, site visits to selected construction sites, review of materials, testing results from contractors, review of QA testing results, development of recommendations for improvement for construction quality, staff training and assisting staff with implementing recommended changes and preparing a report. Is that a fair description of phase 1 and what it was about?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then phase 2, we go to overview document, actually, just the next two images, 26 and 27. And paragraphs 57 and 58 talk about phase 2 and the Golder proposal that you submitted on that, setting out the scope for it. Does that describe, generally speaking, the work that Golder did on phase 2?
Yes, Yes, it does.
And I don't think we need to go to it, but there was a report that Golder did for phase 2 dated April 2012. Does that sound about right in terms of the timing?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and for reference, this is at, maybe we go to it, overview document 5 still at the next page, 28. At paragraph 61 and 62. Doesn't actually state the date in 61, but it was from April of 2012. So again, the report addressing various items related to pavement maintenance, rehabilitation, and preservation, and discussing asphalt mix designs, including SMA mixes based on OPSS Muni 1511 and mixed design methodology. So that part of it is involved in, again, fair description of the report.
I think, yes, it is.
Okay. And then this is just in terms of the timing about what Golder was doing with the city during this period. If we could go to overview document 6, registrar. Images 15 and 16. And paragraphs 28, first of all, which straddles the pages, is on March 1st, 2013, you emailed Mr. Moore and stated that, as discussed this morning, you were attaching an authorization to proceed and consulting services agreement and 3 proposals for work, with the first being activating the instrumentation on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, the second being phase 3 of the pavement and materials technology review. That's what the phase 3 of what we were just talking about, the PMTR. Is that right?
Yes, PMTR, but phase 3, yes.
Yeah, and then the third at the top of image 16, pavement condition evaluation on RHVP 5 years after construction. And then if we could go, and we'll come back to the third one in a bit. But if we could go now to call out paragraph 30. And this is about phase 3 of the PMTR. And is this a fair summary of what phase 3 was about?
Yes, I think it is, yes.
So implementing, to start with, phase 1 and 2 recommendations. And one of the things I see there is analysis of the feasibility of using high recycled asphalt pavement mixes. That's one of the things that you covered in phase 3.
Yeah, I think the main purpose was to review the implementation of phase 1 and phase 2, because it's easy to recommend, and if it's not implemented, that would be waste. So first, that was the main purpose, and then some other items. As one of them was using high percentage of recycled mixes, and recommendation for analysis, and also, using composite pavements, or in this case we call it concrete bases in pavement structure, so it's a composite pavement.
Okay. And then I think if we go to image 82, overview document 6. Just to date this, paragraph 213 indicates that at least the initial draft of the PMTR phase 3 report you sent to Mr. Moore on December 31st, 2013. That's something that you were working on throughout 2013?
Yes, yes, I did.
All right. And were those, that was the PMTR with different phases, were those the primary Golder engagements with the city, during that up until at least 2013, from 2009 to 2013, were those the primary Golder engagements, or at least the ones that you were involved in?
Yeah, on my part, on pavement and materials, because there were also other branches of Golder involved, but for me that was the main engagement of Golder, my group. Yes.
Okay. If you could take that down, Registrar, and go to image 7 of overview document 6. And in paragraph 9, refers to an entry in your notebook on November 21st, 2012. Refers to Hamilton, and then RHVP monitoring station start, and 5 years later. Do you recall what this is about?
Yes, the monitoring station actually, that monitoring station was installed in 2007, but there were some issues after flooding, some technical issues after flooding, and also the city of Hamilton wanted automatic connection through internet, so they didn't have to drive to the station to download, but they could do it over internet. So that was this piece. And then 5 years later, that was the condition of the pavement on the Red Hill Valley Parkway 5 years after construction.
Okay, so just on the first part, you referred to at the time of construction of the Red Hill, there was the instrumentation we've seen previous reference to, where monitoring for the permanent pavement was put in place at the time, and this is a follow-up on that. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and then the 5 years later, the condition of the pavement 5 years after construction you mentioned. So does this reflect a discussion that you were having, or a meeting, or what?
Yes, yes, it probably, it is, 10 years ago, I don't remember details, but I think it was probably the initial discussion about the idea of evaluating of pavement condition 5 years after construction.
Okay. Sorry, and initial discussion with who?
That would be with, very likely with Gary Moore.
Okay.
With Gary Moore.
And if we could pull up images 11 and 12. It's paragraph 18, which straddles the two pages. On February 1st, 2013, you emailed Mr. Moore that you were attaching an abstract for a proposed paper for TAC 2013, and that's the Transportation Association of Canada. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And their annual conference?
Yes, for the annual conference in.
Okay, and it attached an abstract. You attached an abstract of a paper titled "Evaluating Performance of the Perpetual Pavement on the Red Hill Valley Parkway 5 years after construction." And then the abstract itself is set out in full there. And maybe if you could just call up the indented text there. Thank you. Thank you. So you sent this to Mr. Moore, and it lists you, Mr. Moore, and Vimy Henderson of Golder as the authors. Was this paper your idea or someone else's idea? Do you recall?
Oh, I think it was my idea. Yes.
All right. And had you, prior to your sending this abstract to him, had you discussed with him doing a 5-year performance review?
From that note, I think I likely talked to him, but here in this abstract, there are more details about this, but this is only an abstract, an idea what would be in the paper.
Right, but presumably there's a distinction between the paper and the actual a 5-year performance review study.
Yes.
Right? Is that fair?
Yes.
And at this point, had you actually conducted any investigations respecting the Red Hill Valley Parkway condition or performance after 5 years?
No, that I didn't do any investigation, just, overall visual impression, not evaluation, but visual impression, just driving to the, mainly during driving to the station, because the station was just on next to the Red Hill Valley Parkway, so I could see the pavement.
Sorry, the station, do you mean the monitoring station?
The monitoring station, yes.
Okay. And had you spoken to Mr. Moore about doing a paper prior to sending this to him?
I'm not sure about the paper because then, Mr. Moore was not interested in writing a paper. So he was yes to evaluation, but no to paper, I would say.
Okay, and we'll get to that. He responds subsequently about a lack of interest in the paper. What was your impetus for doing the paper? You said you think you spoke to him previously about doing the actual review. What was your impetus for wanting to do this paper?
First of all, there was a lot of interest. That was, that was the first municipal perpetual pavement in the country, and with some innovative technology. So there was interest. It would be very interesting to see how this thing is performing. And at the same time, I knew about the 2 flooding events on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and driving there, I knew there was some at that time low severity cracking. So I was interested in the condition of the pavement.
And in the last 2 paragraphs, we've got it already called up, but in the second last paragraph, it says, beginning 5 years after construction of the pavement. I want to focus on that. In the last paragraph, it contemplates certain investigations and analysis, and presumably that includes various tests. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Registrar. To be carried out to evaluate the Red Hill performance. Is that correct?
So those tests that the paper discussed advanced material characterizations that were used during construction. So that was, I would say, unique like, testing those characteristics. And then also the information from the instrumentation that was installed in the pavement and then was monitored in the monitoring station. So that was unique. So that would be I think very interesting for the industry.
But then in the last sentence, it talks about field investigations carried out on the RHVP in its 5th year of service and the detailed analysis carried out to evaluate its performance to date and evaluate the impact of measured performance on its life cycle. Is that anticipating testing to come?
Yes, yeah, this would, so it was like initially what was installed, how this thing was constructed, how it was monitored, and then the third stage will be the evaluation, how of the performance, how it looks like now. Or not now, I mean, 5 years after construction.
Okay, and what was the intention in terms of how this was going to be funded, these future investigations and analysis, testing, investigations and analysis that are referred to in the paper?
So, the evaluation, the evaluation would, I anticipate evaluation would be funded by the city, but the paper, we wrote the paper in our own time.
Okay. So you're talking about then there's the actual report, investigation, the 5-year investigation that you think you already talked about with Mr. Moore, and then the paper on the side. Is that fair?
Yes. So that would be the evaluation and some testing and report. That would be one part. Another part would be the paper.
All right. And is it similar in that way to the feasibility study back in 2005 and the CTAA paper that we talked about in your previous evidence about? So the one hand, you've got the feasibility study, and the other hand, you've got the paper going at the same time. Is that the idea?
Yes, it may be similar, but here we would have, a realistic data of the performance.
Yeah, sorry, I just mean, I'm just talking about the timing of the report for the city, and on the other hand, or the study for the city, and then on the other hand, the paper. Similar approach, is that fair?
Yeah, that would be, a nice, if we have the information from the evaluations, just to write a report on a paper, a technical paper on this, what we observe.
Okay. And then in the second last paragraph, that starts off 5 years after construction, the pavement is in excellent condition. What is that based on?
Oh, it is based on the visual impression. I think the pavement was in excellent condition. I have to clarify that excellent condition doesn't mean perfect, but if like technically, I don't know if you want me to elaborate a little bit of this. We use, for instance, pavement condition index to evaluate pavement condition. The perfect condition is 100, but PCI of 100 to 85. If a pavement has PCI of 85 to 100, it's considered to be excellent condition, and then the ranking goes down to very good, etc. to fail. And for instance, Stantec, I think when they prepared the report, I think in 2019, they used OCI, which is overall condition index, and for excellent pavement, their ranking was 81 to 100. So excellent doesn't mean perfect, but it's still, it's still better than very good. So there are you can anticipate some distresses, but not some, very severe structural distresses. Some distresses could be anticipated, and the pavement could be still classified as excellent.
Okay, but that ranking that you refer to, is that a ranking that's based after testing, or is that a ranking that is based on a visual inspection?
No, at that point of time, it was based on my it was before visual condition. That was my visual impression.
Right. Okay. I understand it was at this time. You're quite clear about that. But normally, when you are giving a ranking of that sort about the condition, is that typically a ranking that you would give in a report after having done various tests to in addition to a visual, or is that always something that's restricted to a visual inspection? That ranking to which you refer.
No, it depends what index you use, but if you talk about PCI or pavement condition, and index is based on visual.
Okay. And here, though, this abstract is actually speaking in the past, right? If in that very last sentence that we looked at in the last paragraph, right, it's talking about the paper will discuss the various field investigations carried out on the RHVP in its 5th year of service and the detailed analysis. So it's speaking in the past tense about things that haven't occurred yet, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And because the anticipation is that this paper is going to be reflecting tests to be done in the future, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And by characterizing it as excellent at this point, does that suggest a predisposition to find it to be ultimately in good or excellent condition, given that tests haven't actually been done on it?
Yes, I've been doing this thing now for 48 years, so I know likely what to anticipate. So I think I would anticipate it would be as I identify.
Okay.
Yes.
If we could take that down and paragraph 19 on image 12, if you could call that out. I think this is what you were referring to before. On February 5th, 2013, Mr. Moore responded to you by email and said, I don't see anything that is using the data gathered over the last 5 years or the evaluation. Anything that is using the data gathered over the last 5 years or the evaluation of performance. Everything is just a rehash of the original design and previous work. I can't really support this going forward as is. Were you surprised by this response?
Well, maybe, maybe not surprised. I can say disappointed, but, the client is the client. If, this is his road, his decision. If he's not interested, this is it.
All right. Did you agree or disagree with his statement that everything is just a rehash of the original design and previous work?
No, it really is not of original design, because we would show the current performance, and this is what was the interest of some agencies, like you have some cracking, is it only top-down cracking, etc. So it wouldn't be a rehash, but Gary's decision is Gary's decision. He's not interested. So for me, that was it.
Okay. And then if we could go to image 14. And paragraphs 26 and 27. and we'll go to the notes themselves in a second, but indicates you attended a meeting at Mr. Moore's office on March 1st, 2013 at 9 a.m. And there's an appointment that was sent, which said the subject of the meeting was the Red Hill Valley 5 years later instrumentation, 5 years later / instrumentation / phase 3 technology review. And if we could go to the notes themselves, registrar, it's RHV 933 at image 595. The overview document has the handwritten notes, so this is easier to review. Do you recall this meeting?
I don't recall details, but if I had notes, then definitely the meeting occurs, and this is what was discussed.
All right. And do these look like the kind of notes that you would have made prior to the meeting or during the meeting?
No, they are too tidy. That would likely be before. But then I will also add some comments, yes, later on. So.
Okay. Now, these are typewritten after the fact. They were handwritten notes at the time. Tidy just in the sense of setting out bullet points that that are covering. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, this is like I would typically put dash and item. I would have to look at my handwritten notes to see, how tidy they are. But they look to me like likely prepared before the meeting. But
Okay.
Also some items later on added.
All right. And so if it's talking about those 3 items, it says meeting with Gary, 1 RHVP, Instrum, and 5 years. Is that the 5-year review that we were just discussing?
Yes, it was.
And instrumentation, Instrum is instrumentation?
Instrumentation, yeah.
And then PMTR phase 3. That's the 3rd phase of the pavement materials. So I'm better with the acronym than I am with the full name. The PMTR phase 3. Yeah. Okay. Okay, and then if we could pull that down and images 15 and 16 in overview document 5. Actually, maybe go back to 14 just for 1 second. Sorry, you're in overview document 5. I meant 6, I apologize. There you go. There's 15. So those are your original handwritten notes. Just because you mentioned wanting to see them. Do those look like notes that you would have taken beforehand?
Yeah, they are. I would say they are too tidy. They would probably be before, but the last ones maybe after. But also, I bring here. There was a typo in that. Type notes because the last note is GPR, not GIR. GPR because I don't know what GIR would be. It's GPR, longitudinally and transversely. So
okay, the very last one.
The very last one is GPR. The P is like my handwriting, not very.
You're saying in the transcribed typewritten note it says GIR, which you're correct, but that's wrong.
I overlooked this thing. It should be GPR. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, so if we could go to 15 and 16. We've got 15 up already. And you sent Mr. Moore an email on March 1st, and I can tell you it was in the evening, and you say, as discussed this morning. I take it you're talking about the meeting that we were just looking at. And then you sent him 3 proposals, and we looked at this paragraph briefly before. One being activating the instrumentation for the Red Hill. Second, phase 3 of the pavement and materials technology review, and the third being the pavement condition evaluation on the Red Hill Valley Parkway 5 years after construction. And so is it that meeting when Mr. Moore asked you for the proposal on the 5 years after construction project?
Yeah, I think, yes, all 3 items, yes.
Okay, and as well as the other 2.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. And if we could keep 16 up and add 17, please. Paragraph 31. This is with respect to the 5-year review project. Indicates that the total, this is paragraph 31, the total budget for the work was $23,500, and then the scope of work was described at the top of image 17. If you could call that up, please. And this is referred to the project that results from this. It's the 5-year project, often called the Golder project. And if I refer to that, you'll know what I mean. We're talking about the 5-year review, or then it became the 6-year review later on as time passed. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And the proposal includes field investigations and indicates a number of 4 items: analysis and reporting. And did this differ from what you were contemplating in the paper abstract that we looked at, or is it the same stuff that you were contemplating in there?
Yeah, it's the same stuff that I was considering. Yes.
Okay. And at this point, is the paper after Mr. Moore's rejection, is that off the table at this point?
At this point of time, it's off the table.
All right. And did you talk to anyone else at the city about this proposal or this project prior to sending it to Mr. Moore, or is this just entirely on your discussions with Mr. Moore?
I know I had, some discussions with Mr. Marco Odi. He was, helping me, arranging, but about pavement condition, it is possible, but I'm not sure whether I have any notes, any details. During the investigation, definitely, but at this point of time, I'm not sure.
Okay, yeah, I'm talking about up to this point. You don't actually recall?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I know that later we added coring, so it was, but not at this stage.
So is that coring? You said
Coring, yes,
added coring. Okay. All right, so we can take that down, registrar. And in paragraph 32, Mr. Moore on March 8 emails you and accepted the 3 proposals, but deferred 2 items from the phase 3 PMTR proposal and asked you to submit your proposed work schedule. And then we could keep 17 up and bring up 18 as well, please, Registrar. And on March 11, you emailed Mr. Moore the proposed schedule. This is paragraph 33 for work on all 3 projects, which Mr. Moore, at the top of the next page in 34, he replies that the timelines are acceptable. And then in 33 at the bottom, you indicate that we will start organizing and carrying out the field work shortly. Maybe if you call that up there, Registrar, bottom of 17. And start field work shortly. The falling weight deflectometer testing will be the determining factor in terms of completing the field work, as it can only be carried out once the ground is fully thawed. Assuming that the falling weight deflectometer work can be carried in, falling weight deflectometer can be completed in May. The report will be provided by June 14, 2013. And could you just describe what falling weight deflectometer testing is?
Falling weight deflectometer, or FWD, is a piece of equipment used for non-destructive evaluation of pavement structural condition. In the FWD, you apply a load pulse to the pavement surface, and there is a beam with number of sensors. It can be 6 to 9, and you measure the deflection at each sensor. And by analyzing the deflection or the shape of the deflection, or that we call the deflection basin, you can evaluate the structural condition of each layer. So you would have to know the thickness of the layer, you know the deflection, and you can evaluate the structural condition that is expressed as a resilient modulus of each particular layer. And also from the center of the loading, you can evaluate the overall structural condition of the pavement. I don't know if it's enough. I can.
No,
more. Yeah.
I get to say, is that also what you're looking for there? Is that part of looking at rutting and whether there's bumps and so forth in the pavement? Is that part of that or no?
No,
it's not.
No, rutting would be evaluated visually, or bumps can for dips and bumps we would have to use and we use inertial profiler.
Right. That's the other one of the other tests that, of course, were in the proposal, the inertial profile testing, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The FWD testing can identify how prone the pavement can be to deformation and rutting and other, but it doesn't determine. It only determines the structural condition, and the other stresses would have to be evaluated or from visual pavement condition evaluation or from the scan by the inertial profiler.
Okay, thank you. We could take that call out down, please. Now, you'll see at 35, paragraph 35 on image 18, that, yeah, call that out, please. That around the same time, the city was working on arrangements with SEMA to conduct a review of the Red Hill Valley Parkway, and discussion of this in the overview document continues on for a number of paragraphs at that point. Were you aware at that time when, in March 2013, when you were being engaged on the Golder project, the 5-year review, that the city was also engaging SEMA to conduct a safety review of the Red Hill from Dartnell to Green Hill?
No, I was not.
Okay. And we know that that engagement of SEMA by the city, that particular engagement culminated in the 2013 SEMA report that we've heard quite a bit about for the last couple of weeks. When did you first learn that SEMA had been engaged to conduct any Red Hill Valley Parkway reviews or investigations?
On December the 18th, 2018, I met with Mr. Gord Maguire, and at the end of our meeting, he told me that SEMA was the consultant hired by the city for safety review on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Safety, I know in my notes I said safety, geometry, and traffic volume. So this is the first time that I found about SEMA's involvement on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Okay.
And we will much later come to that because we're going to mostly take it chronologically, but it's not until December 18, 2018 that you were aware. Is that right?
Yeah, yes, it's right.
Okay. You can take that down, Registrar. Thank you. Now, with respect to the, and you can take down the overview document as well. With respect to the Golder project itself, the 5-year review, could you describe the structure and responsibilities of the principal staff that were involved at Golder, yourself and others?
It was 2000. So I was the project director, and Dr. Vimy Henderson, I think she was a doctor that time. I don't remember exactly the date. So and Dr. Vimy Henderson was the PM, project manager, and pavement and materials engineer, or a project engineer. Also, Rabia Rizvi was another project engineer on this assignment. And plus, we had, a few other, like other people involved, like technicians, etc., and FW operators. But that was the main stuff involved.
Okay. And so, as project director, what was your responsibility? Was that overall supervision of the project?
Yes, overall supervision of the project.
Okay. And so you described there Ms. Rizvi's and Dr. Henderson's sort of titles, I guess, but what were they responsible for?
So Dr. Henderson, she was the project manager and also the project engineer. Yes, and so she was. Now I would, who was? I think she was doing pavement visual condition evaluation and overall arranging of the project. I think it's likely that she arranged falling weight deflectometer and the inertial profiler, but I know that Rabia Rizvi did the analysis. At least she did a falling weight deflectometer analysis. I'm not sure who finalized the inertial profilograph analysis. It was likely that maybe Jolene did the initial analysis and then Rabia finalized the analysis. I would have to check, but I know she did FWD.
Okay, we can ask them. Is it Jolene you referred to there?
Jolene, yes.
Jolene.
He was the. I think he was the inertial profiler operator, and I'm not sure whether he was the operator of falling weight deflectometer. I would have to check. Probably Rabia will know better.
Okay, and actually, for the record, I thought you said Jolene, but it's Jolyn. Is that right? Lynn, L-I-N. Is that who you're talking about?
Jolene, yes, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
It could be Jolene or also and Steve Jagdar, the FWD testing. I would have to check, or with Dr. Henderson or with Rabia Rizvi, who was the operator of the falling weight deflectometer.
And so you described those two kinds of tests. Was any friction testing involved at this point of the project?
No, it wasn't.
And if we could go to overview document 6, images 21 to 22. And just in terms of timing, in paragraph 45, it indicates that Golder staff traveled to the Red Hill on April 18th and 23rd, 2013 to inspect visually the pavement condition. And the staff observed some micro cracking, some longitudinal cracking, and some construction joints with third lane or ramp generally starting to open up. And then Golder also made arrangements to conduct profiler and falling weight deflectometer testing in early May 2013. And so were you involved in the visual inspections, or was that other staff?
I think it was probably mainly Dr. Henderson. I know I was there. At least I walked some section, particularly that section between Barton Street and Queenston. I knew I walked on the shoulder, so I remember, but definitely not the entire the 7.5 kilometers. No, but at least I walked on a piece of that road, along not on the shoulder. Yes.
Traffic. This is there's cars on there right now.
Oh
right?
yeah.
Okay.
We had a health and safety program, very strict. I would not be allowed to do it. So,
fair enough. And then at image 27, just for timing, at paragraph 56 indicates that Golder conducted the falling weight deflectometer testing on May 9th, 2013. And then on May 17th, Rabia Rizvi of Golder sent the results of the falling weight deflectometer analysis to you. And then she indicates her sort of a summary in her covering email. And I think before you had mentioned that you thought that Ms. Rizvi had analyzed the data from the, or something, or analyzed the results from the falling weight deflectometer testing. Is that?
I think she did. She was a well-trained engineer in analyzing the falling weight deflectometer. Yeah, I think she did the analysis. Yes.
Okay. And then she said in the second paragraph, in the second sentence, says, I really think there is a material problem with the cracking being limited to the surface. Do you think that they should either perhaps consider milling the surface and resurfacing, as it is 5 years old now? If they don't want to resurface, do you think they should at least apply microsurfacing so the water doesn't penetrate into the structure? Are the cracks too wide for it to be a good candidate for microsurfacing? Do you recall your reaction at that time to that statement?
No, I think it made to me it made a lot of sense, and I was the right person for her to ask about this. There were, I think, the most important thing was that it was not what we call fatigue cracking or bottom-up cracking. that was initial impression, and obviously there was micro cracking, and some of those micro cracks would be okay for micro surfacing, but the bigger cracks would have to be routed and sealed before micro surfacing, because micro surfacing would not address them, and also there was some more severe cracks that would have to. She asked about milling and overlaying, and I think based on this, we approached the city asking for a permission to take a few cores.
To take a few cores?
A few cores, yes.
Okay.
A few, to drill a few cores.
The core sample.
From the frame, yes.
All right. And then if we could go to image 30. And paragraph 63 indicating that by June 14, 2013, Golder had started drafting its report on the 5-year review of the RHVP, which contained a description and results obtained from field investigations conducted to date, which included visual condition inspection, asphalt coring, surface longitudinal profile, and falling weight deflectometer testing, but did not contain any analysis or recommendations yet. So if we could go to the document itself, to the draft, it's GOL 1428, Registrar. And so it's titled Red Hill Valley Parkway 5-year review. And this is a draft, and it's 15 pages of the PDF, but it's pretty bare bones. And there's a number of pages don't have any content, including appendices and so forth. But it does have, as indicated in the overview document, description and results of the tasks done to date. It says here, submitted to Gary Moore, City of Hamilton. Do you recall if a copy of this was shared with Mr. Moore or otherwise outside of Golder by that point in time or at that point?
I think because that was the purpose. So it was a very bare bone version just to show what problems we observed. And I noticed that the cores were included, because I don't know if you want to elaborate a bit, because there was a concern how deep the cracks were.
Okay, if you could just, I'm not sure if there's photos in here yet. If you could scroll ahead, Registrar. Asphalt, there we go. 3.2, asphalt coring, that's what you're referring to?
Yes. Yeah, so that was our observation, because there was a concern. Is it acting as a perpetual pavement that has no fatigue cracking coming from the bottom up? Or, actually our coring confirmed no, that this is what we call top-down cracking. So that was something important to bring to city's attention. Our observation, our initial considerations for this. So yeah, it confirmed. Yes, it was what we anticipated. Yeah, it was top down.
Okay, now actually, I'm noticing here, although the document itself has the date on the first page of June 2013, and that's what the overview document, as I mentioned, referred to. By June 14th, the drafting had begun. This references August 6th when the cores took place. So presumably this is the draft has been developed over time. Is that fair?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And the distinction between the top-down cracking and the bottom-up cracking, I think that's something that you talked about before in the permanent pavement a perpetual pavement structure, that a big concern would have been if it was bottom up cracking, which the rich bottom mix and the entire structure was intended to avoid. Is that right?
Yes, it is. That's the main purpose of perpetual pavement.
Okay. To take that down, Registrar. If we could go to image 35. And this is a reference, paragraph 75 talks about July 4th, 2013, and then paragraph 76, later the same day, July 4th, 2013. If you could call that up, Registrar. So July 4th, 2013, Mr. Kirchhoff of the city sent an email to Brian Appleby of SEMA about mainline pavement treatment on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And you weren't copied on this email, but it states, regarding the Red Hill Valley Parkway mainline pavement treatment, please be advised that the city's asset management section has retained Golder Associates, care of Ludimir Uzarowski, to oversee all testing and monitoring of this specialized surface material. Please contact Ludimir directly should you require any additional information regarding quotes, weight in motion, close quotes, or quotes, friction testing, close quotes, on the RHVP main line. And he gives your phone number. Do you recall Mr. Appleby or anyone else at SEMA contacting you about weight in motion or friction testing around that time or at any later time?
No, I don't. I don't recall. Weight in motion. No, there was no weight in motion at all. Unless maybe they meant the monitoring station. No, I don't.
Okay, well, let's put it, let me turn it around. Did anyone at SEMA contact you about anything?
No.
That time period?
And not about Red Hill Valley Parkway. No.
Okay. And do you have any insight into why Mr. Kirchhoff was referring to you here? Had you had any discussions with him about this issue?
I know, I knew Mr. Kirchhoff because he was, I think, the traffic division manager. So I knew him from there, and he from that monitoring station. No, maybe not himself, but his division, they were getting the traffic monitoring data. So I knew him from only from this, and he must have. I understand that he knew about us being engaged in this, but no, I didn't have any contact with him about this.
Okay. He references friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway main line. At that point in time, by that point in time, July 4th, 2013, was friction testing on the Red Hill something that you had contemplated or discussed with Mr. Moore?
No, it was not.
I guess that was a double-barreled question. Had you contemplated it by that point?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And so following from that, had you had any discussions about that with anyone at that point in time?
No, I didn't.
All right. We take that down, Registrar, and if we could go to image 52 in overview document 6. And paragraph 130 refers to a second draft of the what's called defined as the Golder report, which is the ultimate report, the draft report that resulted from the Golder project, the 5 and then 6 year review. And this is dated September 20th, 2013, which contained a new text in the analysis and recommendations section. And we'll go to it itself, but just why don't we do that? It's GOL 1430. And see the date of September 2013 indicates, again, submitted to Gary Moore, City of Hamilton. And at image, I'll back up. This one is 11 pages. The prior draft we looked at was 15 PDF pages, but this one lacks the appendices that the unpopulated appendices that the prior draft had. And image 10 contains the analysis and recommendation section. If you can go to their registrar. So if you can call up section 5. It says the results of the testing and investigation carried out on the RHVP indicate that the pavement structure is in good condition and performing well. The observed cracking is anticipated to be a function of the material and not due to fatigue damage or the environment. So is that your language or is that someone else's? Do you recall who wrote that?
No, I don't recall. I think I agree that that was right. Whether it was my language or Vimi's language, it's hard to say. But this is a very initial evaluation of the structure condition of the pavement, and there are no recommendations. So no, I don't recall who did this.
Okay. In any case, even if it was Dr. Henderson, you agreed with it.
Yes.
Okay. And was this draft shared with Mr. Moore or anyone else outside of Golder? Do you know?
I think I don't recall. I think the idea of updating this was to show the city what the condition was. So I anticipate if it was updated, I would have to check my notes. But if it was updated, so the purpose would be to share the more recent observation with the city.
Okay, and when you say the city in this context, I take it you mean Mr. Moore at this point, right?
That would be mainly Mr. Moore, yes. I'm not sure about Mr. Odi. I think it was Mr. Moore, yes.
Okay. And yeah, we don't have a specific email indicating that you shared with him. But as you indicated, that it was updated for that purpose. What was it that you wanted to share with him?
Oh, mainly that the condition, because besides this cracks that we mentioned, it was still in good condition, and the main thing that it was not due to fatigue damage. So it was almost like a confirmation. Yes, that's a perpetual pavement. There is no fatigue cracking. The cracking is the top-down type of cracking. So it is a perpetual pavement. And I don't know at what time we did some analysis for the remaining life of the pavement, whether it would be able to support the what it was designed for a period of 50 years. But just to show that yes, it's definitely not fatigue. So it is a perpetual pavement.
And it says in the second sentence, the observed cracking is anticipated to be a function of the material and not due to fatigue damage of the environment. I appreciate you describing now that it's not due to fatigue damage, but what does a function of the material mean?
So it's a function of the material that, it is, how the top-down cracking occurs. Like, I don't know if you want me to elaborate a little bit. Typically the cracking in asphalt occurs at the bottom where the tensile strain is the highest. Yes. So this is in conventional pavement, it starts at the bottom, it propagates upward. Now in perpetual pavement, this tensile strain at the bottom of asphalt is low. Plus, we have this RBM, ridge bottom mix, it has excellent resistance to cracking. So where the cracking occurs at the top, but at the top you have compression. So it is as you shouldn't have cracking where you have compression, but there is a certain stress distribution that causes cracking at the top. This is why we called it a function of the material and not. So it was just to emphasize it's not fatigue. It's just this phenomenon that this unusual stress at the top of the pavement where you should have compression, but actually at some locations you may also have some tension and this cracking can occur. So that was to emphasize function. There was nothing wrong with the material there. So it was just to distinguish between the two phenomena.
Well, okay, and that's really what I'm getting at. When it says function of the material, that suggests that it has something to do with the material itself, with the pavement itself. But you're saying that is not the case. That is not what you were suggesting.
No, the pavement was the material was very good. So it's not issue with the quality of the material. It was the phenomenon of top-down cracking.
Okay. And there's no mention in this draft of friction testing. Do you know if at this point in time you had discussed friction testing with Mr. Moore?
I know I didn't. At that time, no.
Okay.
It was September the 20th. Yes. No, I didn't.
Yeah. Okay. And we'll get to that some subsequent communications shortly. Now we know that the October 2013 SEMA report has some findings about wet weather collisions, and we know that you did not see. You said that you didn't see any SEMA reports or weren't aware of them until late 2018 or after. You weren't even aware until December 2018, you indicated. But have you reviewed the October 2013 SEMA report subsequently?
What do you mean? Not at
Afterwards,
that time,
not at this time in 2013. After you became aware of it, much later in time, did you have an opportunity to review it, even in the course of these proceedings?
Yes, during this inquiry, yes, I look at this.
Okay, and there. And we can go to it if you want, but there are findings in there about there are friction testing recommendations and an analysis of wet weather collisions. Is that something that you would have found helpful or informative to know about at the time you were putting together the Golder report?
Oh, it would be like, it depends when, because then after the city asked us to measure friction, that would be obviously that would be useful to know what CIMA's observations were.
Right, I appreciate it. Right, and the moment we had just been speaking about at September 20th, that you hadn't been asked to do friction testing, you described. But once you had been, if I understand you correctly, you were saying yes, that would have been something that would have been useful to you to know.
Well, I'm not a safety consultant, so I do what the city asks me to do. But so you mean before Gary Moore asked me to do friction, yes?
Well, sorry, you're going to be very shortly after this in time, you're going to be asked to do some friction testing. There's going to be some discussions. Once you're asked to do that, once you're engaged to have friction testing done, would it have been useful for you to know about the 2013 CIMA report and its contents?
Of course, I think it would be useful for me to know.
Okay. And why is that? What would be how would it inform you?
Because then I would would look at CIMA's recommendations and CIMA's concern, and then we would think what to go into details, like what recommendations, what testing, and also when you asked me whether I reviewed the report later on, then there was a lot of concern about wet accidents. I would include macro texture testing. Also, like one thing, SMA, stone mastic asphalt, is the type of mix that offers good macro texture. And if you see in our reports, a report later on, that there are a lot of photos showing the macro texture, but it would be, I think, maybe not only from formal point of view, but just to measure, like this is what we did in 2017. Yes, to show that, because these are the factors, micro texture and macro texture. Yes, show the macro texture. Yes, it is good, and also so that the testing, the macro texture, and then analysis and recommendations. So I think it would be definitely, I think, beneficial to know about this.
Okay. And is that because of the concern about wet? I think you mentioned because of the concern about wet weather collisions specifically?
Like wet weather, the main concern with wet weather is macro texture, yes, because of hydroplaning. So just to make sure that this thing would be it would be addressed, would be answered, and also some maybe a focus. I know that CIMA was concerned with polishing and what they call it flashing and contamination. So it would, at least I would say, there was no flashing on the road, but it would be included in the report, in the analysis. As of today, I can say no, there was not observed any any flashing or any. For SMA we call it fat spots. So there was, but just to formalize this thing and show what our opinion, what our observations were, what our opinion was.
Sorry, and you're referring to flushing and fat spots? That's what you're...
So typically for other pavements, it's called fat spots or bleeding. And for SMA, we call it fat spots. So like flashing on other pavements is typically called fat spots on SMA if it's observed, but we didn't observe any.
That's not something you observed. Okay. So in overview document 6, there's the long section just to place this on about the heavy rainfall Hamilton experienced on September 21st, 2013, and then communications arising out of that event, internal to the city respecting slipperiness and skid resistance on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, including references to reports by police about slipperiness and collisions. And for reference, that's overview document 6, paragraphs 131 to 154. And then if we could go, registrar, to images 59 to 60. And specifically, it's paragraph 150, which is at the bottom of image 59 and then top of 60. If you could call that up, please. Thank you. And so September 30th, 2013, between 12:56 p.m. and 3:27 p.m., Mr. Moore and Dr. Uzarowski exchanged emails about skid resistance testing. And this isn't referred to here, but the document itself that this is taken from, the subject line is skid resistance numbers for the Link and the Red Hill. And do you recall this exchange between you and Mr. Moore?
Yeah, that's the best proof that we have. Like I don't recall details, but I found this email with this sort of exchange, so I know it occurred. Yes.
All right. And here's Mr. Moore says, during the last couple of heavy rain events, the police have been attributing accidents to the quotes slipperiness of the pavement, close quotes. Did we do any quotes skid resistance, close quotes, testing in our last outing? Can we do it on both? And you respond, we did very limited, parentheses, a few locations only, close parentheses, skid testing on the Red Hill Valley right after construction, i.e. in 2007, and got good numbers, better than MTO typically has. We haven't done any skid testing on the Link. We will organize the skid testing on both roads and let you know the details, price and schedule soon. And Mr. Moore says, okay, thanks. So Mr. Moore initiates this email exchange. Do you recall if you had any discussion with him about friction or skid resistance testing preceding this exchange on September 30th, 2013?
No, nothing before September the 30th, 2013, no.
Okay, and I asked, there's no note or anything that indicates this, but it seems like sort of a sparse inquiry to mention this in a couple of sentences, and then you respond and in saying that you'll organize skid testing on both roads, and makes me wonder if there was some prior discussion. It seems like it's a sparse inquiry about it to then spark your comment that, yeah, we'll do skid testing on both the link and the RHVP?
I think, so you asked my comment, yes?
Yeah.
My opinion. So I think this is definitely the first day that I learned about this slipperiness of the pavement on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. It is likely that we talk about it because can we do it on both? So on both, what is both meaning? It would have to be Red Hill Valley Parkway and the link.
Yeah, no, and so to be, that's why I've said before that the subject line does say skid resistance numbers for the link and the Red Hill.
Okay. Yeah. No, so I don't recall any discussion before. So it's and this is the first time, the first day that I learned about this, and no, I didn't.
Okay, and what did you understand his question? Did we do any skid resistance testing in our last outing to refer to? What outing did you take that as meaning?
In our last outing, I think he probably meant that pavement evaluation that we did. So what we did under this, what initially was called the 5-year review.
In this particular project that we've just been discussing.
Yes.
And then your reference to the skid testing in 2007, right after construction, and that you got good numbers, better than the MTO typically has. That's referring to the 2007 MTO results?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what, at that point, what was your basis for that statement?
Because I just stated what I knew about friction. That at that point of time I only knew that the friction testing was done before opening in 2007, and our opinion was the numbers were good and better than MTO typically has when compared to what they reported and MTO reported in the 2009 paper on SMA initial or early life friction. So that's what I meant.
Okay. And, sorry, so you're saying that you had an understanding from that 2009 paper, which I can take you to.
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
So if we could go to GOL 2660. And this is a paper titled Addressing the Early Age Low Friction Problem of Stone Mastic Asphalt Pavement in Ontario. If you go to the next image, it's the date. Next image, please. I don't see the date, but I understand that this is a 2009 paper in any event. I believe the date is in there somewhere, but if we could go to image, we're on image 3. And this is authored by a number of people at the MTO. And to confirm, is this the paper you're talking about?
Yes, it is.
And in the second paragraph under issues, if you call that up, thank you. And there's a reference to placement of SMA containing Ontario trap rock on a westbound lane of Highway 401, and the friction number being as low as 20 after 3 days of exposure to traffic. Is that Is that what you were, in the other contents of this article, what you based your comment on that you described to us?
I don't think this particular paragraph, but there is later on, there is a plot.
Yep.
And I don't remember what figure it is, but where they show how it looked like.
I think it's at the next page, image 4. Registrar, if you go to image 4.
Oh,
Is this what you're talking about? Figure 1, 401 westbound, surface friction of stone mastic asphalt mix versus age. Is that what you're talking about?
yes, it is.
All right. And so is the number of days on the x-axis and the friction number on the y-axis, with it beginning at 20 after 3 days and increasing thereafter?
Yes, this is what I meant.
All right. So in your reference to Mr. Moore, when you say that.
Sorry, Mr. Lewis, I'm wondering whether it would be possible to take our break at this point.
Absolutely.
There's a matter that I've got to attend to.
Absolutely. Should we resume?
Yeah, let's resume at, we'll resume at 20 to 12.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We are back. May I proceed, Commissioner?
Please proceed.
Registrar, if you could just pull back up GOL 2660 that we were looking at before the break, and image 4. Thank you. So it's the figure 1 that we were talking about. And just to cover that, this is the figure that you were referring to before the break?
Yes, correct.
All right. And so when in your email exchange with Mr. Moore that led us to talk about this document, you wrote that you did the skid testing on the Red Hill Valley right after construction, i.e. in 2007, and got good numbers, better than the MTO typically has. Am I correct in what you were referring to was better than the MTO typically has in the context of a newly opened, or in that case unopened, but with new SMA asphalt? Is that correct?
Yes, it is. In terms of high early friction, early life friction of SMA. Yes. Right.
But I notice you don't mention that there to Mr. Moore in your email to him on the 30th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, we can take that down, Registrar. And then if we could go to, it's at paragraph 154, but I think we should go to the document itself. Golder, GOL 2641. And this is a long email chain that's mostly internal to the city, but at the top, if we could expand that, yeah. Mr. Moore, the next day, October 1st, 2013, emails you, and he forwards this email chain, and he indicates that our traffic section is installing new crosswalk markings, and they are concerned the expansive amount of paint has an effect on the skid resistance through the intersection. And he asked, can this be included in your scope of work, or is it different in town? More of a comparative study of with and without new paint, but it would need to be on the same pavement. Call me to discuss if you have questions. Thanks. He forwards this long email chain, which included a number of emails with John McLennan, Brian Scheinel, Martin White, John Mader, and Jeff Lupton. And did you review that email? If you take this top one down, do you recall if you reviewed the email chain?
Yeah, I remember this email, and yes, I read it.
Okay. And did we looked at your email exchange with Mr. Moore on the 30th of September, which I had indicated was didn't provide a lot of details to the reason. Did this email exchange that he forwarded you give you any insight into the reasons for the friction testing on the Red Hill and the link?
Yes, it did.
Okay, and what was that?
No, I read this thing, and then I noticed that there were, I think, police reported that they considered this to be slippery. Some people from the city also had concern that it was slippery. Also, there was, I think, the one of them that the opinion was that there are no significant claims, and it's something similar to what is observed on other mountain cuts. So that was like general opinion of some people from the city of what happened there. Also, In my opinion, it was pretty unusual because that was the first time, probably the last time that I got this type of email from.
Sorry, it was unusual because it sticks in your mind because it was the first time you got this kind, this long email chain forwarded to you? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I never got this type of chain of emails from Mr. Moore or from other city employees.
Okay. And so we could go to the last image, image 4. You referenced the police and the originating email here at the bottom, September 22nd, if you could call that out, Registrar. This is September 22nd, 2013, from Sam Campostano to a number of people at the city about the Red Hill and talking about heavy rain Saturday due to heavy rain. They had some issues and talks about the police calling, saying the ramps and the road is very slippery, refers to accidents and so forth. Is this the email you were talking about? Just want to make sure that we're.
No, it is one of them because, Gary also mentioned that police was complaining. And then, I also remember that they mentioned speed because, I talk with the city about speed. I think started in 2008. My concern about speed on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. So this is that's in the chain. So Gary, Mr. Moore sent me that on September the 30th, the police had concerns, and this is the confirmation that of the concern that the police had.
Right. And Mr. Moore, on the previous day, he indicated the police, during the last couple of heavy rain events, the police have been attributing accidents to the slipperiness of the pavement. That's what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we could go to image 2. You referred to the reference about mountain cuts. And if you call up this, the bottom email here on September 26th, the whole thing, please, including thank you, from John McLennan, again, internal to the city, on September 26th. And I see in the first sentence, he says, off the top of my head, I would say there is not a significant claims history for slippery conditions on the RHVP, certainly no more than any other mountain cut, if I can call it that. Is this the email that you're talking about specifically?
Yeah, so this is like, a part of that chain of emails that I was reading. Yes, so that this is the one. So
okay, so what did you understand was the purpose of the testing that had been requested of you at this point then? The purpose of the testing was to test friction. Yes, to provide the friction numbers. Use a method to determine the friction numbers, and as I think, as said before, I'm not a safety consultant, I'm not a friction expert, because I know that slippery is related to large number of factors. Friction numbers are just one item, but this is what they wanted me to test. And obviously, and other concern was, yes, you test, you have this number, but still police consider this thing to be slippery. Yeah, so it has some, it stayed in my memory, in my mind, what police was or were saying about this. And did you have any discussion with Mr. Moore or anyone else at the city around this time about wet weather collisions and whether that was a concern? Or the number of wet weather collisions being a concern?
No, and because he mentioned, Mr. Moore mentioned that after a period of heavy rains.
Yeah.
So, but I don't recall any particular conversation about wet weather accidents.
And you can take that down, Registrar. So you can take that down, Registrar. Thank you. Now, do you recall following from this how it came about that Golder sought to get an outside provider to perform the friction testing?
Sorry, what do you mean?
Were you involved in the efforts to retain an outside provider to perform the friction testing?
Yes, Golder didn't do it, so we were looking for an outside provider who could do it for us.
All right. And were you involved in who to contact to obtain the testing?
I think Dr. Henderson contacted MTO, but my first thought was, to ask MTO if they could do the friction testing on the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
So, and that was that your suggestion to Dr. Henderson?
I don't have particular recall, but that would be my obvious, my first thought. Okay, they did this thing in the past. Can we ask them to do the same testing now? Oh no, not the same testing. Because it was a different. That one was before opening, but can they do friction testing on the entire Red Hill Valley Parkway now?
Okay, and were you aware at the time that the MTO used the locked wheel skid trailer?
Yes, I was.
Right, and that's what they had used in 2007, and that's what they would use at this time if they agreed to do it.
Yeah, I knew that they had this old trailer assembled by them by Dynatest years ago for friction testing. I knew that. I knew that what they used.
Okay. And do you recall if you told Dr. Henderson why to contact the MTO specifically? That they had done the prior testing?
No, I don't, because I don't even have this type of notes in my notebook. I think it would be, logical for me to ask Vimy to contact MTO to do it and use this. So I think it would be logical for me to ask her to do it.
No, I understand it would be logical, and if I'm inferring correctly, it would be logical because it would make sense to have the same type of device, the same device, conducting the testing as had conducted it in 2007. Is that fair?
Yes, the same device and the same not company, because MTO is not a company, but the same provider. Yes.
Right. So I appreciate the logic behind that. What I'm asking is whether or not you told Dr. Henderson that the MTO had conducted the testing in 2007.
I think so. I don't remember details, but it is very likely that I told her.
Okay. And were you then aware at the time that Dr. Henderson contacted Stephen Lee of the MTO to inquire about the MTO conducting the testing?
I think I was, yes.
Okay. And do you recall why you didn't have her contact Becca Lane or Chris Raymond, who had been involved back in 2007 in directing the testing?
Do I know why? No, I probably left it with Dr. Henderson.
Okay. And if we could go to images 61 and 62. In overview document 6. And so it's paragraph 156, just to place it in time at the bottom of 61, that it was October 4th, 2013, that Dr. Henderson wrote to Stephen Lee at the MTO. And then the next day, Mr. Lee responded and asked for some details about the scope and timing. And then if we could go to images 70 and 71, please. In paragraph 179 at the bottom, on October 29, 2013, Dr. Henderson and Mr. Lee exchanged further messages about the testing, and Mr. Lee explained that the MTO would not be able to accommodate the request. And then, if you could expand their email exchange. And Mr. Lee, indicated they were behind in their friction network level work and performance-based specification testing, and recommend you get a quotation from ARA that has the same equipment or others that have different friction equipment. And sorry, we won't be able to accommodate for the season. Were you, did you take any part in these communications with Mr. Lee?
No, not with Mr. Lee, but I think Dr. Henderson would keep me informed. She would CC me and keep me informed about this.
Right, so I don't think you were copied on, I'm just looking at the documents, you weren't copied on those documents, but you're saying that she would have kept you informed?
Yeah, as far as I know, Dr. Henderson, she would keep me informed.
Okay, and did anyone contact ARA as suggested by Mr. Lee?
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so.
Do you know why not?
Why? I knew from Dynatest that there was only one piece of equipment in Ontario that they assembled, so I think it would be likely that ARA would have to bring it from the States. So that would be my explanation.
Okay, sorry, you just surmise that that's what ARA would have to do?
Yes.
Okay, and how did you know that from Dynatest? You'd had direct communications with Dynatest at some point?
Oh, I think I knew Dynatest for years. Well, I worked for John Emery Geotechnical, so we had very good relationship with Dynatest. We knew people, we talked to them. So now who told me? I know. I knew that they told me that they assembled one all trailer for the ministry. So, and that was one available in Ontario.
Okay, but I mean, you worked at Jagal a long time before that, or did you have any current knowledge about ARA's
No,
ability to perform it? No? Okay. And we know that ultimately Tradewind was contacted by Golder to and engaged to perform the testing. And how did that come about? Whose initiative was it to contact Tradewind?
it was mine.
All right. And how were you familiar with Tradewind?
As you know, I do a lot of airport pavement work, and I attend like every year SWIFT conferences on airports. And I met Mr. Leonard Taylor almost every year there. They had a booth and they showed their equipment. He was considered to be the top expert in not only in Canada, also one of the top experts in the US in pavement friction, particularly airports. So he had very good reputation. He delivered, I think, I don't remember, one or a few presentations on this. And, I just, whenever I went there, I talked to him. So I know him, I knew what they did, and they knew their reputation.
Okay. And were you aware from that they used the grip tester and other continuous friction measuring equipment for their airport work?
I think I did, because at the booth they showed. I don't know what exact pieces of, but I think they showed the grip tester at some of the booths. This was just shown during in the booth what they used.
Okay.
I think so. Or at least there were, a lot of photos of the equipment that they were using. So I knew that.
Okay. And did you have any awareness about whether they used the ASTM locked wheel tester or not?
ASTM, sorry, walked or locked?
The locked wheel trailer, like of the same type that the MTO used? Is that something?
Like at that point in time, it's hard to say what I thought, but I think that was, in my opinion, that was the only piece in Canada. So the logical would be that they didn't.
Okay. And did you think about or take into account in contacting or deciding to contact Tradewind that they would not be using the same testing device as the MTO you'd used in 2007?
No, I didn't have any particular serious concerns about using a different piece of equipment. This equipment was recognized and well established and described in the tag guide as the equipment used for friction testing.
And you were aware of, as you described, the Tradewind's experience in particular with airport testing. Did you give consideration as to their experience with roads? Were you aware of their experience with roadway testing?
It's difficult to for me to remember what I discussed, but I had. So I think I was comfortable with them doing this testing. So yeah, that would be my opinion. Yes, that's my opinion.
Well, I understand that you were comfortable with it, but do I understand you correctly? You don't recall whether you gave any thought in particular as to their experience with roads as distinct from airports?
I don't remember what they were showing at the booth. It's whether that was only airports, also roads or highways, because you typically include a lot of photos. So no, I don't remember this detail.
All right. And I understand that it was Dr. Henderson who contacted Tradewind initially. Did you have any involvement with the discussions about retaining Tradewind once you came up with the idea?
I think I probably, I told her who to contact, like, the company and the person.
Okay. All right, if we go to image 71, I think we've already got it up, yep. And paragraph 180, Dr. Henderson contacted Tradewind through its website, and she asked to speak to someone about Hamilton's request for friction testing to be conducted this year on its urban highways. And then their office manager forwarded Dr. Henderson's request to Leonard Taylor, the president and CEO of Tradewind. And so from that point forward, well, first of all, since Dr. Henderson just went through their website and didn't contact Mr. Taylor directly, do you think perhaps you didn't direct her to anyone in particular?
I think she contacted Tradewind based on my recommendations, and I don't think I had Leonard Taylor's contact information. I knew him, but it is likely I probably had somewhere his business card, but I probably just, the easiest way for her was to go on the website and find the contact.
All right. And then if we go to image 75. Paragraph 191 at the top. On November 19th, you emailed Mr. Moore to advise him that the price of the friction testing and to, quotes, prepare a short memo report, close quotes, would be $8,000 plus HST. Mr. Moore approved the expense, directed city staff to issue the purchase order and assist with the logistical arrangements for the testing. Do you recall if you advised Mr. Moore in advance that the testing would be conducted using a grip tester?
I don't have any particular recollection at this point of time. No.
Okay. And if we could go back to images 73 and 74. And paragraph 187, which straddles the two images, is an email 2 days earlier, November 17, 2013. Mr. Taylor to Dr. Henderson, copying Tradewind's technician, Michael Hogarth. And he indicates that he can perform the testing and so forth. And he sets out some of the parameters aside from the dollars and so forth at the top of 74. Thank you. And he indicates that the grip tester would be used at 50 kilometers an hour, and reference or comparison be made with established UK highway reference levels, and refers to it being at 50 kilometers per hour. Is that something that Ms. Henderson made you aware of? You weren't copied on this particular email.
if I wasn't copied, I think likely, but I don't recall.
And at any point, this time frame, at the time of retaining, engaging Tradewin, is the issue of correlation results that would be obtained by Tradewin from using the grip tester with the MTO results from 2007. Is that something that crossed your mind, or was any issue for you?
No, it wasn't.
All right, paragraph, page 77, please, image 77. And in paragraph 196, we know that the friction testing by Tradewin took place on November 20th, 2013. Am I correct that you were not present for the testing? Is that right?
No, I wasn't.
And do you recall what information was provided to Tradewin in advance with respect to the testing?
Oh, definitely. The location from length of the section, location from 2. I think we wanted also a few ramps to be tested. So this kind of information and just I believe Vimy would arrange exact time and whatever, when where to meet, when to meet, and this sort of details.
The logistics.
Logistics, yes.
All right, and then we go to image 82. Actually, this refers to some entries in your notebooks at paragraph 211 about one on December 10th, 2013, and another on December 13th, 2013. And if we could maybe go to RHV 933, so we see the actual notes, or typewritten notes rather. Image 631 and 632, please. So the December 10th note on the left simply says Hamilton, 7:30 a.m. meeting with Gary. And then December 13th, 2013, call Gary Moore. Do you recall this, the meeting and call and what they were about?
I know it happened, and then very early. I think it would probably be rather PMTR3.
Sorry, possibly about the PMTR, the third phase.
Yes.
Okay. Because that was still pending at the time. Is that right?
I think it was pending, and then it took a long time to verify, and they added more and more to this, including specifications and quality controls, building quality control systems. So that became a huge subject. So I would say that was likely this.
Okay. All right, if we could go back to image 82. And the second sentence in paragraph 211 indicates you have a note to call, and actually 212 as well. Call them both up, please. On December 20th, you had a note to call Mr. Moore, Lisa Castronovo, the admin assistant in asset management engineering services in Hamilton, and Trevor Moore, who's a corporate technical director of Miller Paving. And then on December 20th, Mr. Moore from Miller Paving emailed you attaching, he indicates as discussed, and then attaching some brochures and guidelines about microsurfacing and slurry seal, which then you forwarded to Dr. Henderson of Golder on December 20th. And so do you recall what this is about? Why he was sending you the materials on microsurfacing and slurry seal materials that you sent to Dr. Henderson?
I was considering using microsurfacing in the city of Hamilton. So, the history goes back to PMTR2, where that was one of the preventive treatment, optional pavement rehabilitation treatment that considered. And so that would be a double purpose for microsurfacing. One would be for Red Hill Valley Parkway, because this is what we considered, like, you showed that email from Rabia, this microsurfacing. So that was one microsurfacing. But at the same time, and it was under PMTR3, I was looking at finding an effective way of, how can I say, pavement treatment for old, pavements in the city in Hamilton that incorporated old, poor quality steel slag that resulted in cracking. So it was like a regular microsurfacing would be for Red Hill Valley, but I was thinking about microsurfacing and even slurry seal, but slurry seal I probably gave up on this. Microsurfacing with fiber for those cracked steel slag, old steel slag pavements. So and I talked to Trevor, and he sent me the brochures, the price for this treatment.
So if I could unpack that, both for, you put it this way, city streets in relation to the PMTR work that you've been doing, and also on the Golder project for the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And you referred back to the email from Ms. Rizvi about microsurfacing. So for both purposes, is that right?
For both, but I would say for the Red Hill Valley Parkway it would be conventional, but for the city street, because particularly steel slag, that would be I wanted to use the one with fiber because it provides additional reinforcement.
So it provide additional
reinforcement. This fiber is not the same as SMA. It's not a cellulose fiber. This is like, a kind of reinforcement, so it would provide better performance for the steel slag cracked pavement.
Okay. Now, if we could go to images 83 and 84, Registrar. In January of 2014, Dr. Henderson exchanged a number of emails with Leonard Taylor at Tradewind and with you relating to seeking the results from the Tradewind testing. And in paragraphs 216 and 217, if we could call those both up, please, Registrar. So they're, maybe just start with 16. That's fine, so it's large. We'll stay with 16. On January 7th, Dr. Henderson emailed Mr. Taylor and asked him for his anticipated timeline for providing the test results. And Mr. Taylor responded the same day, and he said he expected to have your data analyzed and report ready within about 1 week. And Dr. Henderson responded that she understood, but that, quotes, the client was starting to bug me, close quotes. And then we'll take that down and call up 217, please. And then Dr. Henderson the same day emails you to tell you that Tradewind will provide the friction data by the end of next week so they could finish the report. And you responded, Vimy, please get it from them ASAP and give them hell on my behalf. I have to call Gary and I'm afraid he will ask me about it. So first of all, she referred to Mr. Taylor about the client starting to bug me. Who's she referring to there?
So I think that would have to be Mr. Gary Moore.
Okay, and was she having direct communications with Mr. Moore, or was that just you that would have passed that on to her?
I think it would be mainly me. Maybe she said it's because I was under pressure, so she wanted to convey, to put some pressure on Tradewind.
Right. Good. So perhaps you had conveyed to her that there was urgency from the urgency that the client was wanted it, was pushing it, and she conveyed that on your behalf.
It is likely, but it's also. I cannot say that she didn't contact Mr. Moore. I don't know. I don't have any notes on this, but I think it would be likely from me, but I cannot say that she didn't contact Gary. I didn't know about it, but
okay, you're not aware of her having any direct communications with Mr. Moore, though. Is that right?
No, I'm not.
Okay, and. When you indicate in your email to her, I have to call Gary, I'm afraid he will ask me about it. What was your concern? Was he pushing you for these results at that time?
Yes, he wanted the results, and then the testing was done, some time ago. He wanted the results, so obviously, then he would put the pressure on me.
All right, and then we know that Mr. Taylor was further delayed in delivering the results. And so at, go to image 87. We call up paragraphs 230 and 231. In between, there's some communications about the delay, and then you write to Mr. Taylor twice. And so the first one here, without going to the document, I can tell you is actually at 9:15 a.m. And then the second one there in 2:31 is at 10:50 a.m. So the first one you write, "Good morning, Leonard. I received a message from my client this morning. He needs the friction testing results this morning. He has a meeting with the management to discuss the pavement issue. I would appreciate it if I could receive the report this morning. It cannot be delayed anymore." And then in your second one, you write, "My client needs a comparison of friction numbers on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in Hamilton from 2007 and 2013. I have summarized 2007 and need the numbers for 2013. He needs my summary before noon. Could you send 2013 numbers to me?" So who is the client referred to in these emails? Is that Mr. Moore?
The city of Hamilton, yeah, Mr. Moore, yes.
Right. So I appreciate that City of Hamilton is
Mr. Moore, yes.
Is your client, but right, an individual is calling you, and that's Mr. Moore.
Hey, that was Mr. Moore.
All right. Do you recall? Did you have a phone call with him? Was it a voicemail message? Do you have any recollection?
I received a message from my client this morning. So if there is no email, that would it was likely a phone call.
Okay. And did you receive since you sent it in 2 emails, do you know if you received a second message or had a second call with Mr. Moore?
It is likely because first I said only from the client this morning, and in the second I say that I need it before noon. So it's likely that I got the second message that he needed the results before noon. So it is. I don't recall details, but it's likely that I got the second call.
Okay. And did Mr. Moore tell you that it was a meeting with management? That is information that you received from Mr. Moore?
This is what I said, that, I'm meeting with the management. So now, do I recall what he exactly said? At least my understanding was that it was a meeting with the management, because I knew that just, by the, last minute, I saw that he was meeting with the management and he needed the results. So at least it was my understanding that that would be a meeting with the management. If he told me, I don't recall. My understanding was that it was with the management.
Okay, so I just want to back that up. Presumably you wouldn't have said it was a meeting with management unless you were told that it was a meeting with management. Is that fair?
Yeah, it sounds fair. Yeah, it sounds. I don't recall the details, but at that point of time, and I knew that until the very last moment, until I sent him the results, my understanding was it was with the management. Maybe I think it's likely that he didn't have to explain me the details. Maybe he said with the management. So my understanding until the very last moment, it was the management.
Okay. And sorry, you say until the very last moment. Did that understanding change?
No, like you mean in term as of today?
No, I'm not talking about that. You said until the very last moment. So I want to know what that moment is that you're referring to.
Until the very last moment that I sent him the results, I thought it was for the meeting with the management.
Okay. And did you ever learn otherwise until this inquiry?
No, only from this inquiry.
Okay. And what about the second part about in your second email about my client needs a comparison of friction numbers on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in Hamilton from 2007 and 2013. Was that also information that originated from Mr. Moore? That was a request from Mr. Moore?
This is in the email, so I think, yes, that was requested by Mr. Moore.
Okay. You take that down, please, Registrar. And if we could also pull up 88. In the next paragraph, 232, the same day you, and it's actually in between those two emails that you sent to Mr. Taylor at 10:28 a.m., you sent Dr. Henderson an email and which contained the friction test results from the MTO in 2007, and forwarding the email from Mr. Raymond back then. Maybe we should go to the document itself, which is GOL 1096. So you see it at the bottom. Can we expand the, thank you. So this is the October 18, 2007 email from Mr. Raymond to you and Mr. Delis Reyes, attaching the October 16 MTO friction test results on the Red Hill, right?
Yes.
And that's what you're forwarding to Ms. Henderson. If you take that down, please. And you just indicate at the top, FN numbers for RHVP from Chris is what you send to Dr. Henderson. Do you recall why you were sending that to her at that point in time?
No, I think we must have talked about this. This is why I sent it to her, but I don't recall details why.
You don't recall why it came to your mind at the time? I mean, we've seen the indication from in your second email to Mr. Taylor that your client wanted a comparison of the 2007 and 2013 results. Did it have anything to do with that?
Well, I think definitely, but now I don't know who prepared that email. Whether I prepared this and they sent, or Vimy prepared, send it to me. I sent it to Mr. Moore. That may be for the preparation of that email, 2007 and 2013.
Right.
But I don't recall, like, you know, who. I think it came from me. I sent it to him, but it's sometimes possible that, you know, she could prepare, send it to me. I would add and pass it to
we don't have any indication of that, but okay, so you don't have a specific recollection of what prompted you to send it to her at this point. Is that right?
No, I don't.
Okay. Okay, and then if we could go to take that down and go to 88 pages, images 88 and 89 in OD6. So before noon at 11:44 a.m. In paragraph 233, that same day, January 24th, you emailed Mr. Moore under the subject line friction numbers on RHVP. And it had 3 attachments. We'll look at the email in a second. 3 attachments. There was the MTO spreadsheets with the test results from 2007 and the paper titled Addressing the Early Age Low Friction Problem of Stone Mastic Asphalt Pavement in Ontario. And if we could pull up the email itself, thank you. There we go. And so before we look at the specifics of this, am I correct that at this point on this day, you don't have anything in writing from Tradewind providing you with the results of its testing? Is that right?
No, I don't. I didn't get anything. I think the information was provided to me over the phone.
Okay.
Not by Leonard Taylor, but Mr. Rowan Taylor.
Rowan Taylor, that's Leonard Taylor's son?
Oh, I don't know. Like, you know, the name is, last name is the same, but I've never met that gentleman. I know Leonard, but I don't know the other gentleman.
Okay. And we know there's a later email that does suggest where Leonard Taylor refers to an earlier conversation with Rowan Taylor. Do you actually recall the conversation with Rowan Taylor on the 24th?
I don't recall the telephone conversation. I recall my frustration because I had very short time. I had to deliver this thing before noon. I still didn't have the information. So I remember that part. I don't remember the details of the conversation, but I think those 4 numbers were given to me.
Okay. So when you say the 4 numbers, I'm sorry, Registrar, could you lift the top one up a little bit? Because it's missing it's obscuring the last line. There we go. Thank you. Okay, so the 4 numbers, you're talking about the numbers that begin in the middle there about the grip tester, beginning with SB right lane 35 and the 3 lines after that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think that he gave me the link numbers because I was only interested in Red Hill Valley Parkway because this is what I had to deliver.
Okay.
So I think only these 4 numbers.
Right. And so at the top of the email, you're describing, of course, that the surface asphalt is SMA and refer to the MTO performing friction testing in both southbound lanes, and you give the average number and the range for both of those 2 lanes, right?
Yes.
And do you recall, did Mr. Moore ask you to set out a description of what it was? Do you recall?
I don't, recall details, but I think he asked me for a comparison. 2007, 2013, and I think he must have asked about the CTA paper.
Okay. Right, and that's the bottom part, and
Yes.
that's the paper. Then that's the paper we looked at earlier, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so you think that Mr. Moore requested that? The paper?
I think so, because otherwise I would have no justification to send the paper. So I don't recall details, but my opinion, he requested this.
Okay. And then in the middle, beginning with in 2013, the friction numbers were measured on the RHVP in both directions by Tradewind Scientific using a grip tester. The average FN numbers were as follows. And you said SB right lane 35, SB left lane 34, NB right lane 36, NB left lane 39. And so am I correct that SB refers to southbound and NB refers to northbound?
Yes, you're right.
And do you recall how Rowan Taylor conveyed this information to you? You already said that you think you only discussed the Red Hill numbers because that's all you were asking for. You recall how he conveyed to you the lanes and the numbers?
No, I don't have detailed recollection. How I think I have this thing ready. I was waiting for numbers to insert and send it.
Okay. And do you recall whether he referred to them as northbound, southbound, or whether he referred to them as eastbound, westbound? Do you have any recollection of that one way or the other?
I don't remember the telephone conversation, but I know that Tradewind did it, called it different. They didn't call it southbound, northbound, but they call it westbound, eastbound.
Right, and that's and we will get to that when we look at the Tradewind report. But what you're referring to is Tradewind starts on the link, which of course is moving in an east-west direction, and continues with that for its measurements. Is that even when referring to the Red Hill? Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Okay. And at this point, did you appreciate that the average FN for each lane doesn't reveal, of course, the range of friction values over the length of the surface? I take it that's something you appreciated?
Oh yeah, that's only the average. The average, yes.
By definition, right? It's
by definition, it's only that's only that's only the average. Yes.
Okay, and so with that knowledge, why are you just giving Mr. Moore the averages by lane? Only the averages.
Only the average, because he didn't give me the range. He gave me just he didn't give me the range from to. He only gave me this for, as I said, I assumed that he didn't give me anything for links, so he would give me only this 4 numbers, the average. He didn't give me the range.
All right, and do you recall if Mr. Moore was asking you only for averages, or was he just saying, give me the results?
I don't think he was asking for the range. He was only asking for the results.
Sorry, you said you don't think he was asking for the range, he was only asking for the results. That was he asking for an average, or was he just saying, give me the results?
I think he wasn't asking for the range. He wanted the results for the only asking for results. No, he didn't ask for range.
Did he ask for the average?
No, I don't have the specific recollection for at that time. I thought that he would be satisfied with the average if I sent him the average.
Given that he was asking it for you that morning by noon.
Yeah, yes, it was, I had to deliver this thing by noon, and I was just, only 15 minutes before the deadline, so.
Right, and so would you have provided the numbers in that fashion absent the request to get it to you on an expedited basis?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Would you have provided the numbers in just giving the average? without having been asked to do so on an expedited basis?
No, at that point of time, I thought that I delivered what he wanted.
No, I understand that. I know. And I'm asking, would you have delivered just the averages to him if in a situation other than get them to me now?
Or if I had more time, then I would probably do the same thing as I did for the 2007. So I would say this is the average, or ranges from 2. But because of the pressure, time pressure, and the information that I got, I just wanted to send the information before noon. So that's.
And did you consider at all, and appreciating that was in the context of the client requesting the information on an expedited basis, but did you consider the appropriateness of doing that without further interpretation of the results to someone who is not an expert in the field of friction and friction results?
No, at that point of time, I thought I delivered what he wanted. I didn't have, concerns about this at that point of time.
All right. Now you provide, I think as requested, the 2007 MTO numbers and the 2013 trade win numbers. What at that point was your understanding at that point in time of the ability to correlate between grip tester results and locked wheel skid trailer results?
At that point of, I know that later on I tried to find some correlation between the two, but for me it was. I know I downloaded some papers about this, but for me at that point of time was that I wasn't aware of any good or reliable correlation between the two.
Okay, and sort of you weren't aware of it. Can I turn it around? Is it fair to say that you understood that there wasn't a precise or a good correlation between the grip tester and locked wheel test results, at least to your understanding at that time?
Yeah, at that time it was like, I would send him something quickly, and later on I would think about, think about this.
I understand. I just want to know your knowledge at the time. At the time, were you aware that there was not a precise or however you want to characterize it, a good correlation between grip tester and locked wheel tester numbers?
At exactly that time, because I know that I look at some papers, and I downloaded some papers. I know that those numbers were could be similar, but I wasn't aware of any reliable correlation. I know that they could be similar with lock wheel slightly higher, but at that point of time, that was the correlation. I was not aware of any reliable correlation between the two.
Do I understand correctly to say that your understanding was that the locked wheel tester would have higher friction results than the grip tester, or the other way around?
No, would be slightly higher. Locked wheel would be slightly higher.
Okay.
They would be similar, but locked wheel will be slightly higher. And actually, you know, later on, I did some analysis and I confirmed from ARA and Globe testing that they were, as I anticipated, that the locked wheel was slightly higher by about 2 units.
Right. Well, maybe we're at cross purposes here. That was it your understanding that, and forget about later at this time.
Yeah.
That all other things being equal, if they were performed at the same speed, on the same roadway, under the same weather conditions, are you saying that your understanding was that the locked wheel tester would return a higher friction number than a grip tester would return a grip number?
If they were, so you say if they were carried out at the same speed, because the speed was different. This one was 90, the other one was 50. Yeah. I would, at the same. No, first of all, I understand that, the locked wheel would never be done at 90 kilometers per hour. I know from because this is what I downloaded from Dr. Emery's presentation, Get a Grip, that was at 65 kilometers per hour. So.
I think you said that that the locked wheel tester was never done at 90 kilometers per hour. I'm just going to suggest that that's an error. The locked wheel tester, that is what the
no, sorry. If I said no, I'm sorry. I was thinking about grip tester. So
right.
Sorry. Oh, I just confused. I made an error. Locked wheel, for me, locked wheel is done at the design, at a posted speed. So it would be 100 kilometers per hour or 90 kilometers per hour on the Refugee Valley Parkway. But now the typical standards in the US, they call it 40 miles per hour, which is about 65 kilometers per hour. So right. That's the fast speed. And the grip tester is I think grip tester is always done at 50 kilometers per hour. I'm not aware of any test where it was done at 65, and definitely not like 100. So grip tester. So grip tester is slower. Grip tester is a slower speed. Locked wheel is higher speed. So generally, okay, locked wheel would be higher. Now, if it's at the same speed. If it's at the same speed, I would have to look at, what.
Is it fair to say you're not sure?
No, I'm not sure. I would probably have to look at, the presentation that by John Emery when he confirmed, various friction testers, because he compared at 65 kilometers per hour. So.
Well, we've heard a fair amount of evidence that generally speaking, the grip tester will, all other things being equal, return higher grip numbers than a locked wheel tester will return friction numbers. Is that
Yes, yeah, that's what I said. It would be somewhat higher than, because I know that I did sort of speed correction. So for me, the locked wheel would give about at that point of time, like roughly about 2.5 units higher than the 2.5 units higher than, or between 2 and 2.5 units higher than the the grip tester would give about 2.5 units higher than the locked wheel.
Okay.
So the grip
Which is the
tester,
opposite of what you were saying before, which is why I've been
yeah.
asking.
So sorry, because maybe I was. So the grip tester tested at the grip tester, when the testing was done at 50 kilometers per hour with whatever water film they specify, would give slightly higher numbers by about, I think that time was about 2.5, slightly higher than the locked wheel run at 90 kilometers per hour. Yes. That's
Okay.
So sorry if I confused this. For me, it's always, and actually I verified this thing later on. When I compare Englobe with ARA.
Okay. Hold on a minute.
Council, Commissioner, may I suggest that we
Yes.
break for lunch? I think that might be a good moment.
I'm inclined to think that as well, Mr. Lewis.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you. I was about to suggest that.
Okay. Well, we have consensus on that. So let's break until 2:15.
Thank you.
Thank you. we're back. May I proceed, Commissioner?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Zarowski, just to return briefly to where we left off before lunch. On January, and really the question that I started with before we got into our last exchange, on January 24th, 2014, when you had the conversation with Rowan Taylor and passed on the average results to Mr. Moore, did you understand at that time that the grip tester is likely to return higher grip numbers testing at 50 kilometers an hour than the locked wheel skid tester would return friction numbers testing at 90 kilometers an hour at that time?
At that time, I would say, yeah, slightly.
Okay, at that time. Thank you. Now, a slightly different topic, but this, well, it is a different topic. This morning, just something I wanted to return to. You spoke about when we were looking at the email chain that Mr. Moore forwarded to you on September 30th, 2013. This was the one that was the long city email chain that he sent to you. Yeah. So I guess it was on October 1st. Sorry, September 30th was when you had the discussion. It was on October 1st. And you said to the effect of, I also remember that they mentioned speed because, you know, I talked with the city about speed. I think it started in 2008, my concern about speed on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. And I didn't follow up at that time. What were you referring to about from 2008?
In my February 2008 note, there is a statement that I talk about with Gary about speed, and it was Red Hill Valley Parkway, and also about overloading trucks.
Okay, so speed and more trucks than were contemplated?
About more trucks, I didn't know that time, but there were trucks that were heavy, that were overloaded.
Sorry, the individual trucks being overloaded?
Yes. Which
puts presumably greater strain on the road.
On the pavement, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And sorry, the speed. This is February 2008.
February 2008. In my notes from the meeting, yes, I mentioned. I talked about speed.
Okay. We'll see if we can pull that up and come back to it. There we go. If we register, we go to RHV 933. At image 326. Oh, 325 and 26. A March 4th note. And then I see on the right-hand side, this is it, image 326. There's at number 9, I see it says pavement load on the right-hand side towards the bottom, pavement loading, overloading on RHVP and link and speed.
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah. Is it like pavement loading? Yes, overloading and speed, yes.
Okay. And who is this discussion with?
With Gary Moore.
Okay. All right. And do you recall what you told him? I mean, I can see what your note says, but
I was concerned with overloading because it was a perpetual payment. If I don't want overload to have negative impact on this, and also the speed. We in the monitoring station, there was a traffic monitoring part, and speed was monitored, and speed was recorded very high. 120. There were number 120 plus.
Okay, and you raised that with Mr. Moore at the time?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. Now, if we could go back, Registrar, to overview document 6, images 89 and 90. So we've been talking about the email on January 24th, 2014 that you sent to Mr. Moore with I can call it the bottom line trade wind results. And then in paragraph 235, which again covers both images 89 and 90, 15 minutes after receiving that message from you, Mr. Moore emailed Thomas Jazenko, who is the general manager of AME, of Acon Materials Engineering Corp., and who also was listed as one of the authors of the paper that you sent to Mr. Moore on just 15 minutes earlier. And Mr. Moore, you weren't copied on this email, but he sent it to Mr. Jazenko, and he attached, or as part of it, he summarized the skid resistance results that you had sent to him. That's fine. I just leave it there. So you see on the right hand expanded image, it's the same text that you had just sent to Mr. Moore. So first thing, did you know Mr. Jazenko professionally or personally at the time?
I've known Mr. Jazenko very well.
Okay. And had you worked with him previously?
Oh, I don't recall particular project, but he was very well known in the industry.
Yeah. And did you know that Mr. Moore intended to send this information to him?
No, I didn't.
And when did you become aware of that he did that?
If I can bring one, this is not this email on the 24th, because hope is help. This is the email from 2015. I'm sorry that, my
sorry, this is the email that Mr. Moore just sent to Mr. Jazenko. Are you saying this is something different?
Okay, because I sent him something different. So hope this helps. Okay, so he didn't send exactly the same thing that I sent to him.
Right. Yeah, sorry, he didn't just forward your email.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I know it. Okay, don't think ahead. Try to stick with me here.
Yeah, sorry.
He starts off, he writes to Tom, as you can see in paragraph 235, sends him some pictures. You weren't copied on the email and so forth, but he said he describes the Red Hill, the SMA surface course, and then he gives the summary. And this part of it is clearly taken from what you had just sent to Mr. Moore.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, so when did you find out that Mr. Moore sent this to Mr. Jazenko?
During this inquiry.
Okay. You can take that down. Actually, no, before you do, sorry. At the bottom of that, after Mr. Moore's name and title, it says, P.S. Thoroughly enjoyed event last night. Thanks again, Tom. Did you attend or have any knowledge of an event the prior night, January 23rd, that with Mr. Moore and Mr. Jazenko?
No, only on this inquiry, nothing that time.
Okay. You can take that down. Thank you. And then if we could go to the next image, 91. And paragraph 240. Call that up, please. So on January 26th, you and Dr. Henderson received an email from Leonard Taylor of Tradewind attaching the final Tradewind report. And he then just writes a short 3-paragraph email. In the second paragraph, he writes, "You will note that while the average grip number friction levels were generally uniform and comparable to or above the relevant reference levels on the Lincoln Valley Parkway, those from the Red Hill Valley Parkway were considerably below the reference levels and less consistent." So did you, first of all, read this email at the time when you received it?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall if you read the Tradewind report itself on that day, or was it at some later point that you first read it?
I know I've read this. You know, I don't remember that was on that particular day, but roughly in that time when we're working on the Golders report.
Okay, right. So you read it before you finalized or at least finalized the draft Golder report that you appended it to?
Yes, yes, I did.
All right. Now, we know that you didn't send the Tradewind report to Mr. Moore until January 31st, and we'll get to that. But we don't have any indication that you forwarded Mr. Taylor's email to Mr. Moore with this. And do you know why you didn't do that?
Why? No, I didn't, because I wanted to address this thing in the to look at this thing in the report when we analyze and look at the report in our report.
In your report, okay. And do you recall if before sending the report to Mr. Moore, if you spoke to him about the Tradewind report or Mr. Taylor's email?
I don't recall, and I don't have any notes.
I think we can go to RHV 933, register and image 638. So there's reference here on January 27th and 28th are two things. They don't mention Mr. Moore. On January 27th, it says friction results, and January 28th, VH Hamilton with LU, what described in the report, on the report. HIR instrumentation, or instra, which I take as being instrumentation, and friction. But yet, so there's nothing that mentions Mr. Moore. So are you saying that you don't think you did speak with him beforehand, before sending it to him?
You said with Mr. Moore or Mr. Taylor?
No, with Mr. Moore.
With Mr. Moore, the 27th? No, I didn't.
Okay. And what about prior to sending Mr. Moore the report on the 31st?
And I don't recall, and I think I would rely on my notes. There are no notes, I believe, before, so I don't think I don't think I did.
Okay.
Don't recall.
If you could go to image 640 there, please, Registrar, on the same notes. 641, perhaps. There's a reference there to call Gary, which is after you sent it to him. So you think it's fair to say then that if you spoke to him, it was then after you sent him the report?
Yes, I emailed him the report on the 31st, and then I called him ahead of face-to-face meeting.
Okay. And having then reviewed the trade wind report, actually, we can go back to image 90 in OD6. I think images 91 and 92. Paragraph 241 summarize, and I'm not going to go through and read it. I know you're familiar with it, and I think we're not going to go through the all the parts of the report. But having reviewed the trade wind report, and then before you sent it to Mr. Moore, what were your impressions and your reaction?
My impression is, the numbers were what they were, but my overall impression was that that number that he referenced, it was overly conservative.
And which number are you referring to?
GN of 48.
Okay, so you mean in the right hand image 92 in the third paragraph. If you could call up from the second paragraph to the fourth paragraph there, yeah. All right, the second paragraph there is where the trade wind report refers to the relevant UK investigatory level 2, GN of 48. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and you say that you considered that to be too conservative?
Yes, overly conservative, yes.
Okay, and on what basis did you form that view?
I mentioned before that I used the TAC 1997 pavement design management guide, and there is a reference from for UK level 2 requirement, and I know that somewhere around that time I had downloaded UK PMS technical paper, and it's also for level 2. The number is given, and as 41, which is equivalent to 35, what is in the TAC book.
Okay, so there's a few things to unpack there. First of all, the TAC guide that you're referring to. I wonder, Registrar, if you could keep up, pull that down, but keep image 92 up. And And take you to the February 28, 2019 Golder Pavement Evaluation Report, because this is probably the easiest place to pull it up. So it's much later in time, but there's a reference to the TAC 97 guide. So this is GOL 6612. If you could call that up as well, Registrar. And go to image 2. And there's a reference to the, at the very bottom, bottom paragraph. Last 3 lines, an example of criteria for identifying low friction pavement surfaces given by the Transportation Association of Canada, footnote 4 or reference 4, is shown in table 1 below. And the same criteria are also included in 2. And so if we could go then to table 1, which is at the next page. Is this what you were talking about?
No, it was on the next page.
On the next page?
On the next page in the tag book.
I see. So not this one.
No, this book is referenced here, I believe, on the next page.
Well, this is, okay, sorry, go on.
On the next page, under references.
Yes.
If we go to the next. Transportation Association of Canada Pavement Design and Management Guide 1997. So this is the book.
Yes.
And in that book, next to that table that you show, there is a table from UK with CFME values for level 2, and it's identified at 0.35.
That's 0.35,
which is the equivalent of GN of 41.
Okay. Right. You're talking about the scrim value. The scrim value is a 35?
Scrim value is 35, which if UK PMS shows that this is equivalent of GN of 41. And I think Mr. Rowan Taylor later on corrected that they made an error. It should be 41.
Okay, so you're talking about the later, so in the, okay, go back to the previous image, please, there, Registrar. Okay, so you referred to 2 tables though. So you said about the UK PMS table, which you just referred to, but you also referred to the TAC guide, and that's what table 1 is, right?
Yeah, but table 1 is not for this. Table 1 was for SN40, but next to that table on the following page was that table that I was talking about.
Okay, and you said that indicated a what?
That indicated that, because you showed that table like a few pages from that guide, and it shows that UK scrim requirements for level 2.
Okay, so you're referring to in the TAC guide the reference to the scrim and that
yes
that
yes.
you're talking about. Okay, okay, you can take that down then, Registrar. Thank you. And then, if I've understood you correctly, you're saying at this time in late January 2014, you were aware that there was a later table that showed that the investigatory level for the grip tester was 41, not
No.
the 48. Is that what you're saying?
No. This table, this is under this as part of this inquiry, Mr. Rowan Taylor admitted to the commissioner that there was an error. But I'm talking about the 1997 TAC guide table, and also a UK PMS document, which was roughly 2006 or something, that showed the value for level 2.
Right. And I think I understand what you're saying is that and well, I'll back up. Mr. Taylor, in a letter to the commission, acknowledged, Mr. Rowan Taylor acknowledged that they used in their report an earlier version of the investigatory levels. Is that what you're talking about when you refer to Mr. Rowan Taylor having acknowledged this?
I know that he acknowledged this thing, but I have the value of 41 is from the tag 1997 tag book, and also from the UK PMS paper that I downloaded roughly about that time when I was looking at the results of Trade and Scientific.
Council Commissioner, I wonder if it would be helpful for this moment to actually go to that. It's Golder 3936.
Have you got that document? I think it's absolutely right. We're going around in circles here.
Yeah.
Can you give us the reference for the TAC guide?
I can. It's Golder 3936, image 3, we think, subject to Dr. Uzarowski's confirmation.
Okay.
Registrar, if you could keep this page up while also pulling up the TAC guide, that'd be great.
Wait, Council, is it 396?
3936.
Maybe a different doc ID. Sorry, I don't have that one.
Oh. Okay, he may not have that because it wasn't referred to in the overview document.
So we're emailing it to the registrar right now.
Thank you.
Given that this may take a little bit of time,
Yeah.
would it make sense to go on and come back to this once the registrar has received it?
Yes, I believe it would. Don't want to go too far ahead. Just give me one moment and see if I can.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so if we could go to the trade wind report itself.
Sorry, Council, I have the
you
document
have it?
now.
Oh,
So
great.
just let me just load it in and then I can share it on screen for you.
Thank you. Registrar, if this is going to take a few minutes still, can we?
Okay, just
Yeah,
registrar.
okay, there we go. Thank you.
Sorry, had to shut down the program and open it up again anytime I had something new. Apologies.
Okay. Do we have a, Ms. Roberts, an image number?
I think it's image 3. Yeah. Do we have that right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, can we go to the previous image just for 1 sec, just to see what precedes it? Okay, so in the middle paragraph, so I'll go to the top, is table 2.6, which gives criteria for identifying low friction pavement surfaces. And then the middle paragraph refers to the SCRIM surveys and investigatory levels in table 2.7. So that's then the next page. You go to there. Thank you. All right, and if you could expand just the chart itself, thank you. It's easier to read. There we go. And that's the SCRIM level, right?
Yes. It is.
Okay. And then, so if you could then explain from that where you derive the number, I think you said 40 that you referred to.
Yeah, so here references level 2. And level 2 here is shown that SCRIM is 0.35.
Yeah.
For dual carriageway all purpose. And so this is where it is. And, you know, I found because I downloaded a number of documents that in UK PMS, the SCRIM of 0.35 was the equivalent of GN of 41.
Right. And I think, and that's what we've seen in a later SEMA report and also in Dr. Flinch's friction primer referred to the SCRIM and grip number correlations. That's,
yep.
Okay. Got it. So do I understand you correctly in saying that at this time in late January of 2014, you looked at the TAC guide and you looked at the UK PMS chart that you referred to, and that is how you came to the conclusion that you just referred to?
Yes, this TAC guide was the, I would say, one of the main documents that I was looking at. Okay. Because you know, I think all pavement engineers are likely familiar with it.
Okay. You could take that down, please. And if we could make this an exhibit, which I believe is 77.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, how many pages is that particular document? Register?
It's just 3.
Okay.
I just have 3.
Just that excerpt of the page. Thank you. You can take that down, the just exhibit 77. Okay, so you indicated that you thought that the Tradewind report was overly conservative, and you described why. Did you have any other views that you formed at that time?
Yes.
And what were those?
Because when I look at the there was a technical paper by MTO on 10 years performance of SMA and Highway 401, and they showed the results. So I realized that basically all those results would be under investigator level. So, you know, my overall opinion based on this TAC guide, and also there was an NCHRP paper reference in that type guide. So I look, and then that was my conclusion, that it was overly conservative.
Okay. No, I understand that. And so, but what beyond that, what did you conclude?
You know, I look at the results. So is this your question? Like, you know, I look at the results of the grip tester.
Yes.
From Tradewind Scientific, and I use some general comparison of how I would anticipate, and I concluded that those results, I call them relatively low.
Right.
I don't know if you want to me elaborate.
Well, that's what you refer to later in the report. So perhaps
Yes.
we should wait till we get to that, because those are the words that you were using there. So why don't we park that for a moment? On January 31st, you sent Mr. Moore the draft Golder report, and we can go to image 96 of OD6. In paragraph 251, that's when you emailed it to Mr. Moore, and you indicated it as an updated draft report on the condition of pavement on the RHVP 6 years after construction. We have included the friction testing results in the updated report and ask him to contact you if he has any questions. And the first issue is, and if we could go to the report itself, and this is what we call the Golder report, right? It's
the Golder report, yes.
Right. And if you could go to GOL 2980. Oh, sorry, 2981 is the report itself. There we go. So this is the Golder report, and it's stamped draft. So am I correct? This was a draft, not a final report?
Yeah, it was a draft report, yes.
Okay. And if we go to image 101, Appendix E, friction testing results, also marked draft. And the next image, please, is the first page of the Tradewind report, also marked draft. Was the Tradewind report a draft report?
No, it was not. It was the final, it was the administrative error. It automatically insert this, the draft word where it should. No, the Tradewind was the final.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, you're saying that it was, when inserting the draft watermark on the Golder report, because the Tradewind report was became part of the same document, it also applied draft to the Tradewind report?
Yes, that's correct.
Was the fact that the Tradewind report was not a draft, but was rather a final report, is that something you recall ever discussing with Mr. Moore?
No. There was never a question, no.
And what's Golder's practice, generally speaking, with respect to sending clients draft reports?
We would send a draft report and meet, discuss, and if the client, that was our practice. The client has comments, then we would incorporate the comments and finalize.
That applies to the city of Hamilton as well as other clients?
Yes, yes, it does.
And if a client has comments on a draft report, how do you deal with those?
If the client has comments, I will look at the comments and then think what whether I agree with the comments, and then if I agree, then I would incorporate, or if I didn't, then I would discuss with the client. But typically, the majority of comments that we received were just grammatical or some style comments. Very rarely something technical.
Okay. And if the client did have technical comments or ones that affect the substance of your report and conclusions and recommendations, how do you deal with those?
Well, I would discuss, and then if we agree, then discuss and finalize the comments, and would incorporate them if they were justified.
Okay. And with Mr. Moore, did he provide comments to you from time to time on draft reports?
Yeah, Mr. Moore was very quick. He typically provided his comments very promptly, but mainly, as I said, they were like some grammatical or stylish. I don't recall any significant technical changes or comments.
Okay, did I understand you correctly, though, to say that if he did, that it would typically be fairly quick?
Yes, it was he responded quickly.
Okay. And your covering email that we looked at refers to this as an updated draft report. Does that suggest you're referring back to a prior draft? Would that be the one back in September that we already talked about?
Yes, updated is the update were to the one that we submitted before we incorporated friction into this. So basically, this visual structure evaluation of the pavement. So that was the update.
Okay, and your January 31st email to Mr. Moore with the draft Golder report, it copied Dr. Henderson and Ms. Rizvi. Did you provide the report to anyone else at the city?
No, I only emailed it to Mr. Moore, and then only Mr. Moore, and then I met her face to face and delivered.
Okay.
A hard copy.
And did you have any discussions with city staff other than Mr. Moore about the friction testing? There's an email back on November 19th about organizing friction testing and the logistics, as I think we described. But beyond that, did you have any discussions with anyone at the city about the friction testing?
No, not at the time. No, I think it was only. I don't recall. Then. No.
Right, and we go to image 10 of the Golder report. And so maybe if we could just expand this page. 5 and 6. Yeah, maybe just, could we do 5? Section 5 to begin with? Yeah. Thank you. So you indicate briefly when the testing was carried out in November 2013 by Tradewind using a grip tester, and that it was completed in the northbound and southbound through lanes. And you refer to the Tradewind report in Appendix E, and that it also covers the result. The Tradewind report also covers the friction testing on the Lincoln M. Alexander Parkway. And then you refer to Table 6 below, which sets out the average numbers by lane. And then in the last paragraph, you refer to the friction number values are higher than when measured in 2007, immediately after construction, between 30 and 34. They are considered to be relatively low. Typically, the FN value should be at least equal to or higher than 40 to be considered adequate. In the United Kingdom, for example, the FN value should be at least 48 for a motorway pavement. So was this your interpretation of the Tradewind results?
Well, it was mine. It was our Goldest interpretation of the results. Yes.
Okay, but was this something you did in concert with Ms. Henderson, with Dr. Henderson and Ms. Risby, or was this your work?
Definitely not Ms. Risby. I'm not sure whether I discussed this thing with Dr. Henderson. So that would be I think mainly myself.
Okay. And so when you say typically the FN value should be at least equal to or higher than 40 to be considered adequate. Does that refer back to what we were just discussing?
Yes.
And that's again from the TAC guide, and then your further research into the UK PMS chart that had the correlation between the scrim and the grip number, right?
Yes, and also in the TAC guide, the reference NCHRP, I think 83, and these are identical numbers. So basically, yeah, this is like that it's coming from there.
Okay. Now, but then you go on to say in the United Kingdom, for example, the FN value should be at least 48 for a motorway pavement. What's that based on?
I included this thing because I reference what Mr. Leonard Taylor said in his report. I didn't want to ignore it, so I just referenced what he said in his report as a requirement for a motorway in the UK. So it was just referencing.
Okay, and when you said, because what you had concluded, as you just described, was that in the UK, the values were lower than that, because as you referred to the UK PMS chart and the chart which was from the UK that was referenced in the TAC guide, right?
Yeah, so that was one step. I also look at the other table, table 2.6, and I did a brief comparison. So for me, it was would be close to, and that was example from Pennsylvania, but from the NCHRP paper. So that was my conclusion that, for it would have to be 40 to be adequate.
Right. I understand that. What I'm tripping on a bit is the reference to, because you're drawing from UK sources here, and and in order to disagree with, as you described Mr. Taylor's conclusion in the Tradewind report to the threshold of 48 as being overly conservative. You were drawing on UK sources as well for that. So what I'm wondering is why you're then saying in the UK, it should be at least 48 for a motorway pavement.
So I know maybe it's not precise, but my point of view was that what I saw in the tag guide. I saw, okay, this would be applicable for our conditions, but I didn't want to ignore what he said, what Mr. Taylor said about the UK. So I still included his number, but I also I look at the other tables. So for me, I thought that for our condition for here 40 would be adequate. I know it's not maybe fortunate wording, but that was my intention.
Okay. Were you trying to avoid undermining the Tradewind report and its use of 48 as the threshold value?
I think so. I with his reputation, I didn't want just to ignore it. So at least I referenced him.
But why would you not state the reason behind that? I mean, you just described it to us. Why would you not describe that?
Describe what, sorry?
That how you arrived at that conclusion that it was that the Tradewind threshold of 48 was overly conservative, and how you arrived at that conclusion.
I wanted to have this thing like a simple, pragmatic, practical recommendation. So I just made it simple. Yes.
Okay, and in making it simple, I think the point is if it needs to be at least 40 or higher to be considered adequate, that the average values that you reflect in table 6 are all below that level, correct?
Yes, they are below that level, yes.
Okay. And when you referred to this before, that those results, the Tradewind results, are considered to be relatively low. Relatively low to what?
I consider them relatively low because those values were higher than this commonly known FN of 30. Even if you assume that the grip tester is higher than somewhat higher than locked wheel, but so those values were higher than 30. But then I was thinking, so what is this 30? 30, there is not, like at least to me, it wasn't a clear definition. It's not a minimum. It's not, I think, somewhere MTO described as expected value. So I thought it wasn't a red flag. These results were not red flag results, but I consider them to be relatively low for when I did the evaluation of the pavement. I knew that there was a concern that pavement was slippery. So that was my conclusion. I realized that I'm not a safety of friction expert, but my conclusion was that they were not alarming low, but relatively low. And I wanted to improve them, recommend the improvement.
It just when I hear relatively, I usually think that it's relative to something else, and there's a few possible things that it could be, right? It could be, is it relatively low compared to the UK standard of 48? Is it that you refer to in the last sentence? Is it relatively low to the number 40 to be considered adequate? Is it relatively low compared to the link results? What's the benchmark that it is relatively low in comparison to that you're referring to here?
I didn't here. I didn't compare them with the link. I would say relatively low, rather to what I anticipated 40. So relatively low. I wanted. My meaning was not a red flag value, but not what would be adequate. So that's why I considered I use that word relatively low.
Okay. And when you refer to a red flag, what do you mean by that? Is a red flag to you something where it would be inherently a safety risk? Is that what you see as a red flag, or do you mean something different?
Oh, red flag, let's say if it was well below 30, like something that, MTO would be concerned. If it was 20 or 20 something, that would be a red flag. But this one, for me, it was higher than 30. So not of like immediate concern from the friction number point of view. So from the friction number point of view, it wasn't, but at the same time, how many factors impact the safety. So there was other concern, but not from the number from this friction number. So this is what I meant by not a red flag. Yes, so not something very low, below some really concerned level.
Okay, but the MTO number of 30, that's a number that involves using the locked wheel tester, of course, which, as discussed, has different results and typically lower results, even if taken at a higher testing speed. And so would that not have been something that ought to have been pointed out, or no?
No, I wanted to keep it like, to keep it, I would say, pragmatic, simple. But was it? Yeah, I know that MTO would use the locked wheel tester, and there was some difference. But I had some estimate of the difference. So for me, it was still above the value of 30, but I don't know if I answered your question. So it was above the value of 30, but nothing that would give me the comfort that it was adequate.
Okay. So not a red flag, but not adequate. Is that a fair bottom line conclusion?
Yes, it is.
Now, the numbers from 2007 that you refer to being immediately after construction, there's no reference there to those numbers being ones which were subject to the SMA early age low friction issue, right?
That's right.
Okay. And is that not a relevant and in fact important point, that if you're comparing 2007 numbers to 2013 numbers, that would be expected that the 2007 numbers would increase? That they were low because of the time in which they were taken?
Yes, obviously, yeah. This is what I definitely anticipated, that those numbers would increase. after the traffic wears off the asphalt cement film on the surface. Yes, that was, I didn't state it here, but you're right. This is what I would anticipate, definitely.
Right. And so if a reader, without having all of that background information, if a reader is looking at this, would they not get a misleading impression that on these raw numbers, grip numbers, not friction numbers, but these raw numbers, that they're higher in 2013 when they're actually being compared to something which was, use the term, artificially low at the time in 2007? Does it not give a misleading impression?
I think maybe, but the wording maybe was not very fortunate, but my intention was to show that in my opinion they were not adequate. Something has to be done, and at the same time, the purpose of this that was the pavement evaluation report. So there were other aspects that my objective was to address, because the perpetual pavement exhibited some distresses that I had to address. So that was like, in my mind, there were two aspects that I had to address. And basically in the next section, I believe that I addressed both of them.
Right. And why don't we go to that? And so number 6 is the analysis and recommendations. I think it goes on to the next page as well. But of course, as you said, you did other testing prior to being engaged to conduct the friction testing as well. And so you give a description of those issues, including increased traffic or higher traffic than originally designed for, and in a reference in the second paragraph to top-down cracking. And if we could then go on to the next page, the next image. In table 7, you have the cumulative EZALs. And then if you could call up the 5 text paragraphs there, Registrar. And so if you could describe what your overall recommendation was to address the different issues. Could you describe what you were recommending?
So what I recommended there were 2 aspects. One was friction, another one was structural and visual condition of the pavement. So the friction was discussed. Now, from the structural and visual point of view, there were a few things. There were longitudinal cracks, micro cracking, and dips and bumps. And also, what my concern was the what we call delamination or debonding. So these were the stresses that we identify in that pavement, and that was a perpetual pavement. So I wanted to, in my recommendation, to combine both. So recommendation was the worst section. I don't know if you want me to elaborate.
No, I'd like to explain it, please. Yeah.
So the worst section was the section, the flooding part was the particular impacted by this flooding event. There were 2. So we identified that subgrade was softer there, And this is where the majority of those longitudinal cracks were, and particular debonding. Debonding is, the delamination is, the separation of the lifts. So they suddenly, instead of working as one unit, they were to separate my highest stress and the FA. So, and on total it was 2.5 kilometers. So I think it was probably about 125 on each side. So I didn't see any other solution than just mill and overlay this thing. And then we would have cracking left, cracking like low severity cracking, some micro cracking. So we recommended for those cracks, what we call route and seal, those crack, and then place a single layer of microsurfacing on the surface, because those cracks, you could see those bigger cracks, but micro cracking, that would be impossible to see. But if you put the microsurfacing, you would, this is the code that would seal everything, okay, would address micro cracking and all other aspects. But at the same time, the microsurfacing would increase, significantly increase friction number on that surface. I don't know if I wrote a paper on microsurfacing in 2004, and then we had the friction numbers for microsurfacing, and they range from 52 to 60 something.
So after microsurfacing, that's what?
After microsurfacing, yes.
Okay, go
So
on.
if it was done like milling were necessary, of course, milling, using like, the good aggregate with PSV, route and seal the cracks, put the microsurfacing, so you address everything, the structural distresses, and also maybe I didn't mention here, but if you have dips, when you would do microsurfacing, we put typically a scratch coat first, and then the surface coat. So you fill all dips, all these things, you can fill it and make it, a perfect surface, and at the same, not perfect, sorry, good surface. And at the same time, you can improve friction numbers. So the issue of low friction numbers would be finished, addressed, sorry.
Right. Okay, so if I can then summarize it, as I understand it, because of the surface cracking and deterioration, you recommended a mill and pave. I think you said an overlay for the worst area.
Yeah.
Right? So that's a mill and pave or a shave and pave for approximately 2.5 kilometers.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And that's where the top-down cracking and the other items that you indicated are the worst. And then for the rest of it, routing and sealing and microsurfacing.
Yes.
Right? Okay. And the microsurfacing recommendation is in the second last paragraph there. I guess the first part about the milling is in the third paragraph, the milling and the shave and pave. And then in the next paragraph, the second last one, is the remaining portions of the Red Hill, other than those 2.5 kilometers, that the existing cracks and surface course should be routed and sealed to prevent the ingress of water and incompressible material into the pavement structure. And then following the routing and sealing, is recommended that a single layer of microsurfacing be applied. And then by carrying out the mill and overlay on the one hand, where required, and microsurfacing on the other, you state the issue of relatively low FN on the RHVP would also be addressed. So in both methods would address the relatively low friction issue, right?
Yes. Yeah, I can also that this 2.5 kilometers, also that the bonding, microsurfacing would not address the bonding. They would have to shave and pave or mill where the bonded, but for the rest is what you described.
Right, because that's the bonding between the surface layer and the second layer, right?
Exactly.
And do you recall, was that a contiguous or continuous 2.5 kilometer section?
No, it was on, a bit on one side, a bit on the other, particular between Queenston Road and Queenston and Barton Road, because this is where the most severe flooding was.
Right, towards the northern end of.
Northern end of the Parkway.
Okay. On both sides, both directions?
No, not the same distance, but roughly the total would be about 2.5 kilometers. And this is why we took course, and the course, I think two or three that confirmed the bonding, delamination we call it, or the bonding.
Okay. Now, in the trade wind report, if we go to image 114, please. This is the very end of the trade wind report. And in the middle paragraph, you could call that up. And trade wind indicated, however, the overall friction averages as measured by the grip tester on the designated lanes and sections of the Red Hill Valley Parkway were below or well below the same UK investigatory level 2. The overall low levels and the variability of friction values along the length of the parkway indicate the need for a further examination of the pavement surface, composition, and wear performance. It should be noted that in addition to the overall low average grip number levels on this facility, there are some localized sections with quite low friction values reaching 27 to 30 in several areas. We recommend that a more detailed investigation be conducted and possible remedial action be considered to enhance the surface texture and friction characteristics of the Red Hill Valley Parkway based on the friction measurements recorded in the current survey. And do you feel that your recommendations that we just discussed adequately echo or deal with the recommendations in the trade wind report?
Yes, I did. Because that would be, he says possible remedial action, and I consider what I recommended as corrective action.
Right.
Yeah, so remedial or corrective, the same.
It would be right, it would, because it would deal with the friction issue.
With the friction, yes.
And Commissioner, we've it's 3:30. We've gone a bit past our the usual afternoon break, but as I indicated at the outset, our intention, unless otherwise suggested, would be to break early with Dr. Uzorowski. So unless Ms. Roberts and Dr. Uzorowski want to do something differently, I would suggest that this would be a good time to break for the day.
If this is an appropriate break time, let's do that. We'll let Mr. Uzorowski have a little bit of a break until tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll stand adjourned until that time.
Thank you.